Hello, everyone, and welcome to this conference, EBI conference, Greening the Bond Market, a European endeavor. My name is David Ramos. I am the person responsible for the working group of the European Banking Institute on Finance, Climate Change, and Sustainability. And I co-organize this event with Professor Agnieszka Smolenska from the Institute of Law Studies, Polish Academy of Science, and a member of our Associate Researchers Group. This event covers a major topic in the current developments in Europe towards sustainable finance. In 2018, when the European Commission released its Sustainable Finance Action Plan, it focused on several major initiatives. Those initiatives included a taxonomy of activities on sustainable investments, the sustainable reporting to update the non-financial reporting directive, as well as an initiative on low carbon benchmarks. But those initiatives that try to steer the market in a direction where sustainability was recognized as a factor that, together with financial factors, was relevant for making investment decisions, needed a sort of standard bearer, an instrument that could represent the efforts towards the transition for sustainability. That instrument, that standard bearer, are green bonds. And as such, the European Commission has followed through with a proposal on green bonds to make a statement that Europe could set a standard for the region, but also proposing the standard for the world for the major instrument that could fund sustainable investment in the market. The EU regulation on green bonds offers many interesting aspects that will be analyzed from different angles. Notably, it offers complete taxonomy alignment. It offers registration of external verifiers and other aspects that the market-based standards that preceded it could not offer it so completely and so thoroughly. And therefore, it is discussing the green bonds and the green bond standard, the green bond regulation is one of the major topics currently in sustainable finance and in the European endeavor towards transitioning to a sustainable finance system. But this is a moment particularly important to discuss this thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Thank you, David, and welcome everyone from my side. This has been a really fun and interesting event to organize. We are really, really thrilled to have you here. It is a very special moment because we are really at the cusp of finalizing the EU Green Bond Standard. So the trilogues on this regulation are just coming to a close. At the same time, there is something particularly European about this whole endeavor around European green bonds, which comes from the fact that most of the green bond issuance in the world today is done in euros, right? We have the Next Generation EU with over 250 billion euros worth of bonds that will be classified as green, meaning that Europe is not only creating the regulatory standard, it is also creating the market standard, which will be something that other green bonds globally will be able to be evaluated against. Clearly, this is also a big opportunity for the euro as a currency to become the green currency. And this is something that European policymakers are also mindful of in the context of the discussion on green bonds. So there are many different facets to this discussion, and today we'll be exactly discussing it from the variety of perspectives. So the supervisory, the market oversight, monetary, and also prudential implications.
Thank you, Agnieszka. In fact, this is going to be the case. We have 4 panels, very complete panels. In panel 1, we will analyze green bonds as a new EU financial market instrument. In panel 2, we will analyze green bonds in financial markets. In panel 3, we will analyze sustainability risks and ban prudential regulation. And in panel 4, we will analyze green bonds and monetary policy. This way, we will have the capital markets and regulatory perspective, then the market-based perspective, the prudential perspective, and the monetary perspective. Like Agnieszka said, this variety of perspectives requires a variety of angles and of speakers. And this is another of the strong points of this conference, because we have academics, we have members of the institutions and the banking associations. We have presenters and discussants from the from the regulatory institutions and from central banks, including the European Central Bank. That provides us with a unique standpoint to cover all the possible angles that the green bond phenomenon offers to the European Union.
I think we can, with this, we can I can hand back the word back to you, David, for panel number 1, of which you are the chair. And thank you, everyone, again. It's a pleasure to have you. We look forward to an interesting day of discussions.
Thank you very much. So with this, we move on to panel number 1. Panel number 1 covers the introductory panel. We will discuss in depth the new European instrument, the European Green Bond Regulation. And for that, we will have two excellent presenters and 1 excellent discussant. We have with us Nikos Maragopoulos, who is the head of resolution planning and banking regulation at Eurobank, and is affiliated to Pantheon University of Athens, and is also a member of the Associate Researchers Group at the European Banking Institute. Welcome, Nikos. In second place, we will have a complementary presentation by Wojciech Lewandowski, who is a member of the Institute for Legal Studies of the Polish Academy of Science, who will focus on the perspective of green bonds and the green bonds regulation from the viewpoint of countries in Eastern Europe, so the V4 countries. And to offer a discussion, a complementary perspective, we also have as discussant Bart Josen, who is, in my view, one of the major European experts in banking law and bank prudential regulation. Probably there's no one, and I must say this, but probably no one knows more about these aspects than Bart does, and that helps us bridge the gap and anticipate some of the arguments that will be covered later in relation to banking and capital markets law. So without further ado, I'm very pleased to have this panel presenters and discussant. And then I just leave the floor to Nikos. Please, Nikos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to present my paper at this conference. My paper is related, I guess you can see it right now.
Try again.
Yes, now.
Yes, now we can see it. You can,
yes.
Yeah.
My paper is related to the Commission's proposal for a European Green Bond Standard, which was submitted in July 2021. But first of all, let me start with a few introductory remarks about green bonds. Green bonds are defined as traditional bonds whose proceeds are used for projects that pursue specific environmental objectives. Supranationals, sovereigns, corporates, and financial entities are the key categories of issuers of green bonds. The key incentives for green bond issuances are mostly reputational rather than financial. Issuers want to signal their environmental objectives, their commitment towards the achievement of environmental objectives through the issuance of green bonds, and to a lesser extent to enjoy a reduced cost of funding, since green bonds have enjoy a premium compared to traditional bonds by a few basis points. Currently, green bonds are issued under market-based rules, and in particular under the two most well-known international market-based standards, namely the Green Bond Principles or the Climate Bond Standards. Under these standards, issuers disclose information to investors about the intended use of proceeds from these green bonds, about the process for the evaluation and selection of projects, and also through annual allocation reports about how they have used the proceeds from these green bonds, to which projects, sectors, and to which are the environmental objectives pursued under these green bonds. Green bonds are certified by external reviewers, which are non-regulated entities, typically big four firms, credit rating agencies, and so on. During the previous years, the green bond market in the EU has demonstrated a significant expansion, as shown in the figure at the left side of the page. In 2020, it surpassed 150 billion, and it grew even more in 2021. Nonetheless, the green bond market still represents only a small fraction of the overall bond market in the EU. As you can see in the figure at the right side, it is approximately 3% of the total bond market in the EU. However, the green bond market is expected to become even more significant in the coming years in light of the significant environmental objectives that the EU has to achieve by 2030 in order to meet its climate target and other environmental goals. In this context, the EU has to spend approximately 500 billion per year in total investments in energy systems in order to reach its 2030 climate target and to achieve other environmental goals. To this end, the EU intends to spend 700 billion under the multi-annual financial framework and the Next Generation EU in projects addressing climate crisis and supporting biodiversity. Among others, the EU is expected to raise 30% of the Next Generation EU total funds, which means 250 billion, through the issuance of green bonds. So we can understand that in the years to come, the green bonds are going to play an even significant role in the EU's in the effort of EU to achieve its ambitious environmental objectives. In this context, the European Commission submitted a proposal for regulation in July 2021 for the introduction of a European Green Bond Standard, which aims to address the existing deficiencies of the green bond market, which refer to the lack of a uniform framework for definitions of green assets. Secondly, the lack of harmonized reporting requirements for issuers. And thirdly, the lack of a regulatory framework for the registration and supervision of external reviewers. In this context, the Commission's proposal has three key elements. Firstly, the proceeds from European green bonds should be allocated to economic activities that are aligned with the EU taxonomy, which has started its application since 2022, when the new technical screening criteria about climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation entered into force. Secondly, the proposal introduces enhanced disclosure requirements for issuers based on standardized templates. Issuers will be subject to stringent disclosure requirements both in the pre-issuance and in the post-issuance phase. And thirdly, the Commission establishes rules for the registration and supervision of external reviewers. The ESMA will have the responsibility to supervise the external reviewers across the EU. In more detail, as regards the first pillar of the Commission's proposal, proceeds from European green bonds should be used to finance other EU taxonomy-aligned economic activities or economic activities that contribute to the transformation of activities to become taxonomy-aligned within a period of maximum 10 years. Proceeds should be used to finance fixed assets, CAPEX, OPEX, or financial assets whose proceeds are allocated to any of the aforementioned categories. Lastly, sovereigns may indirectly finance economic activities aligned with the EU taxonomy through subsidies or tax expenditures. As regards disclosure requirements, the Commission's proposal establishes the obligation for issuers to issue a pre-issuance fact sheet, which should inform investors about the intended use of proceeds from European green bonds, which will be the sectors and projects that will be financed through these European green bonds. Secondly, issuers will be subject to the issuance of an annual allocation report, which should inform investors about the use of proceeds during the previous year and the previous years. And thirdly, issuers have to publish at least one report on the environmental impact of the European Green Bond until the maturity of the instrument. Both the pre-issuance fact sheet and the post-issuance annual allocation reports should be reviewed by external reviewers who have to assess and confirm that these disclosures are in line with the regulation on green bonds. Lastly, national and competent authorities will have supervisory investigatory powers to ensure compliance of issuers with disclosure requirements set out in the regulation, and they have the power to impose sanctions and other administrative measures in case of any breach. Lastly, as regards the registration supervision of external reviewers, which are currently non-regulated entities, will have to submit an application to the ESMA in order to get a license and to operate across the EU. They have to meet specific governance and internal control requirements, and the ESMA will have powers, both investigatory and supervisory, to ensure that external reviewers meet the requirements set out in the Green Bond Regulation. The legislative procedure for the Commission's proposal has started since July 2021. In November 2021, the European Central Bank issued its opinion on the Commission's proposal. At the same month, at the level of the Econ Committee of the European Parliament, the rapporteur published his draft report, while in December, the ECOFIN published a compromise proposal under the Slovenian presidency. A few weeks ago, the ECOFIN reached an agreement on the Commission proposal, which will form the basis for the negotiations with the European Parliament once the latter reaches its own position on the Commission proposal. Based on the ongoing discussions, it seems that there are three key issues currently under discussion. Firstly, whether the standard will be of voluntary or mandatory nature. Both the European Commission proposed a voluntary standard, which seems to be in line with the position of EU member states, while both the ECB and the rapporteur proposed a voluntary standard, at least in the initial phase, which could become mandatory after a period of 3 to 5 years on the basis of a report from the Commission. As regards the use of proceeds of European green bonds, it seems that all parties agree that there should be alignment with the EU taxonomy. The only exception refers to a proposal discussed at the ECOFIN referring to the possibility for granting an allowance, flexibility allowance, or equal to 15% of proceeds from European green bonds, which could be used to activities that are not yet aligned with EU taxonomy, either because the technical screening criteria have not been adopted yet, or because they are of innovative or complex nature. Lastly, another issue has to do with whether there will be partial or full grandfathering. Under the Commission's proposal, it is proposed a partial grandfathering, which means that in case of change in the technical screening criteria, issuers will have to reallocate the proceeds from European green bonds within 5 years after the entry into application of the amended technical screening standards in order to continue retaining the EUGB designation. However, the other parties seem to support the full grandfathering, which means that even in case of a change in technical screening criteria, issuers will not be obliged to reallocate proceeds from European green bonds. To conclude, the Commission's proposal aims to introduce a European green bond standard in order to address the existing deficiencies of the green bond market. This standard is proposed to be voluntary, which seems appropriate, at least in the short term, in order to avoid any adverse impact on the green bond market. The end state could be a mandatory standard, as proposed by the ECB, after 3 or 5 years, once the currently low proportion of taxonomy-aligned activities has been increased. In the meantime, the success of the European Green Bond standard depends on the extent of take-up among market participants. Some issuers may decide to use the Green Bond standards, or others may decide to keep using the market-based standards. This decision will mostly relate to the level and extent of requirements set out in the final Green Bond regulation. If co-legislators agree on requirements that are wider in scope and more stringent than originally set out in the Commission's proposal, this may discourage issuers from using this green bond standard, particularly in light of the fact that the regulatory or financial incentives that could counterbalance the cost and liability of such complying with the green bond regulation is not very high. So if the requirements of the green bond regulation are very stringent, this may discourage issuers from issuing green bonds and may force them or urge them to use other market-based standards or to resort to non-EU green bond markets with less stringent requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikos. You gave us a lot to think about. The European Union is clearly betting that the market is seeking more perhaps stringent, but at the same time reliable standards. And well, it's a bet that only the market can decide if it pays off. So that's thought. We are now moving to the complementary presentation by Wojciech Lewandowski, who is going to offer us a different angle of the current process that is based from on the perspective of Eastern European countries. Wojciech, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, David, and thank you for invitation. I personally prefer the description Central European countries, but we'll maybe focus on V4 group. So nevertheless, these are only 4. And I will maybe share a few words on my background, because I don't consider myself to be such a renowned banking expert as majority of speakers are today. I'm more focused on climate and energy policies in my professional capacity. So I was considering submitting the research proposal here for the conference based on the role that I see that green bonds could play in the whole process of transition towards sustainable and decarbonized economy. And as I put it on the slide, this role of green bonds is in my opinion, very useful to stream the investments into the technologies and solutions that are very effective in reducing the emissions in the economy, provided obviously that certain risks that Nikos was talking about are avoided. So I thought about bringing the perspective of my region, so the region of V4 countries into the conference, and I chose to link it with the metaphor. As you could see, I put Daniel Craig and his impersonation of James Bond on the slide, because in Poland, as well as in other countries, during the communist era, there was a sort of V4 standard for James Bond, which is depicted here. And basically, this is also the title of my presentation, because in Poland, this 07 Come In was a famous TV series based on the similar approach to James Bond-like character, and also in Czechoslovakia, this Major Zeman on the smaller picture was also an attempt to bring this kind of TV entertainment to the audience. So I was considering whether the same mechanism can be observed in the green bonds markets. So I started with analyzing the market in the region, and what I could observe is that the volumes of green bonds issued in the countries are in V4 countries are varying, and as you can see, Poland and Hungary are more advanced in this respect than the others. Poland actually issued these are two countries that were also involved in sovereign green bond issuance. Poland did three issues. One, which was famously the first one among member states, happened in December 2016. The second followed in 2018, and the third one was in March 2019. And in Hungary, there was only one issue to date in June 2020. These figures, put in the context of the whole EU, are calculating into rather marginal sum. So as you can see, the market in the region is really weak developed. And I started to question myself, why is this situation like that? And also to see the ways how it could be cured with the European proposals. And also in this respect, as I usually think of using the proceeds of the green bonds issuance more than about the process of issuing them, I also wanted to look what are the main areas in which these proceeds are spent. And I also noted that this is really not consistent across the two countries that issued sovereign green bonds, but also I was rather surprised that this the structure looks like this, because mostly the discussion is about energy transition in our region, and I couldn't really see it in this data for spending of the proceeds. So then I wanted to answer with my paper for 4 research questions. First of them refers to the barriers for the emergence of more coherent and stronger green bond market in our region. The second question was related to the potential of the legislative proposal that Nikos gave an excellent and in-depth presentation of. So I'm not gonna repeat obviously all these assumptions, and but would maybe more focus on how I see the role of this proposal for the issuers in the region. Third research question was focused on national development banks and their role in incentivizing the market. And the fourth one was aimed at identifying the best practices in the region, so to try to assess the current practices and indicate the most effective ones. So I didn't really was able to at the beginning, maybe I will say that I wasn't able to fulfill all of these objectives yet. So I will also talk about this more in a while. But yeah, what I did observe is that there seems to be a consensus in the literature and also among, for example, respondents to public consultations in the process of elaborating the legislative proposal for green bonds standards by the Commission, that the standards play really key role for enabling the development of the market on the one hand, but also to ensure credibility and integrity for streaming the investments flows towards what I would call real green investments, and therefore avoiding on the one hand greenwashing, but also other forms of non-effective spending of the investment means. So I regard that I came to the conclusion that the EUGB regulation proposal is really effective and could be effective in the sense of establishing a global blueprint and also like providing very consistent and coherent methodology for allocating the proceeds. I also believe that this EUGB proposal is helpful in avoiding the risks of greenwashing and also what I consider as rise of transnational power of private financial institutions. So it gives the standard that is elaborated by a public body and therefore is more accountable. And also something which is like described in the literature as conflict between imperative for economic growth and sustainability, that I also think that public bodies are more well positioned to resolve this conflict than private organizations. So what I also identified during this literature review was that there is correlation between the level of ambition in setting the green objectives, so the reduction objectives of economies in the case of sovereign bond issuers and the financial benefits that the issuer can count on. So the more ambitious the countries that would issue the bonds are, the better conditions they can get on the market. And I think it's really relevant for the V4 countries who, as you probably know, are often considered to be backmakers in the process of green transformation in the EU. And the fourth element that Nikos also presented very well is that this certification by third party is also considered by the market as providing more credibility, and EU GB regulation proposal contains this element with the role of ISMA. So I guess that it really provides the right tools to be used. And the current experiences of V4 countries show that these standards that are currently used are focusing on International Capital Market Association standards, so the well-known market-based standard. And I believe that this situation, taking into consideration how different the role of like sovereign green bonds on the market in these 4 countries is, could be well, like better resolved through consistent standard of EU GB regulation if it will be like really taken up by the market. So I also, as I mentioned, wanted to analyze the role of national development banks, but it turned out that I would be really limited by the lack of research material because none of the development banks issued green bonds to date in the region. So I had to change my approach, and for now I would be more focusing on elaborating the questionnaire that would be helpful in assessing first of all, the intention of national development banks to issue the green bonds, and also their approach to the standards used, and how well are they prepared to really incentivize the markets. These are also factors that I would like to take into account. The currency one is really relevant because all of the 4 countries use different currencies in the region. So in order to incentivize the market in V4 countries and really make it a coherent market, I guess that using one common EU GB standard and euro denomination will be really useful. There are also other factors that I would like to take into account, but as this part is not completed yet, I guess that I would maybe move on to the next part, which is this intended way to answer the 4th research question that I was talking about earlier. So to elaborate scoreboard based on the red, amber, green framework and analysis to really see what are the best practices. And in this respect, I intend to cover, first of all, the policy framework at the national level. So whether there exists a sustainable finance strategy that would guide the issuance of green bonds on the market. Also, what is the level of ambition at the national level? Then to focus more on these green credentials of the sovereign bonds that were up-to-date issued or that are intended to be issued, and in the last place the financial performance, so all the elements that are related to like these green bonds being the effective and useful finance instrument to really meet the demand, to result in the demand on the market, and also to bring the investors. So these are my initial conclusions. As you could see, that I believe that the V4 countries could really step up their current approach towards green bonds issuance, and it is in particular important for the sovereign green bonds issuing, because there is clear correlation between the fact that the sovereign bonds were issued and the volume of the market in the national perspective. Secondly, I believe that the EU-GB regulation and alignment with EU taxonomy will be beneficial for incentivizing the market and like really providing the right amount of financial means for the decarbonization and transformation investments. And a third conclusion is that it would be also beneficial from the perspective of basing this approach on the standard that is elaborated by public body and not by the private ones. And the rest of the conclusions will follow after I will be able to complete the further analysis on the basis of questionnaire and of the scoreboard. So by saying that, I thank you very much for your attention, and really I'm glad to be invited here. So
Thank you very much, Wojciech, for this perspective from Central European Visegrad countries. Now we move on to our discussion, who is Professor Bart Josen from the University of Amsterdam, board member of the European Banking Institute and a former chair of the board. But it is a pleasure and a privilege to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, David, for the kind invitation to join this panel as discussant and to participate in the very important discussions of today. And also congratulations to you and Agnieszka for setting up and organizing this conference of this morning. Very topical, very important to look at. I've been able to prepare this little discussion of this morning on the basis of two drafts that are basically being prepared by the presenters, albeit the drafts or the papers in a different state of flux. Nikos Markopoulos already published his working paper on the EBI website, and for all the listeners to this discussion of this morning, if I may direct you to that website to download the excellent paper, I must say, a very comprehensive analysis, as we often see from the work of our dear colleague Nikos Markopoulos. The other contribution basically of Wojciech Lewandowski, as prepared and as just presented, is let's say halfway ahead the work, with some further conclusions to be developed, further research to be done, but still and nevertheless a number of very interesting research questions that are on the table, important ones, also impactful research that we may expect, and looking forward to the end result in that respect, because it's very important to look at various points. I wanted to propose basically to combine my my discussion points in one go, if you like, or if you agree, David. So basically, I've first want to formulate a bit of a question for Nikos, and then the questions for Wojciech, and after that, the two of them could respond to it. I think that is the best and the most orderly way of doing things. So a bit of a challenge when I'm teaching in the climate change master of my university, which is, by the way, the other University of Amsterdam, so not the University of Amsterdam, but the Free University of Amsterdam, David, where I switched a couple of years ago. But the climate change master that we have conducted, basically subject matter of green bonds also always raises a lot of discussion and interest also with the students, because it is very close to the hearts basically of lawyers that will soon enter into practice. They will then be involved in concrete terms in capital markets transactions, and so typically had the more boring banking prudential regulation topics that are also of imminent importance raise less interest with the students than green bonds. Green bonds, if they want to write a thesis, is usually about green bonds. And in that particular process of writing and analyzing basically the EU green bond standard, but also the market standards, as has been presented by Nikos, the final proposal put on the table by the Euro Commission for the EU green bond standard regulation in June 2021. More or less put a text on the table that seems to survive more or less after the trilogue discussions, albeit with some differences as presented by Nikos. But as we all know, basically the European Commission initially in its consultation document wanted to introduce a mandatory EU green bond standard. So that this was the starting point. And based on consultation, particularly the contributions of the industry, the EU and the EU Commission basically pulled a little bit back from that plan. So that's a little bit of the historical perspective. I find it personally as a academic, basically very unfortunate that happened. Because at the end of the day, I think a mandatory standard from the outset would be the best solution, basically, to avoid greenwashing. Because at the end of the day, greenwashing is all about lack of clarity of compliance with green bond standards, if you like, and too much flexibility of the market, basically to do their own thing, where the industry standards basically do give that flexibility and are less stringent, as you correctly and comprehensively presented, Nikos. And the continuation basically of green bond issues based on industry standards rather than the EU bond standards basically will, in my view, aggravate basically the risk of green bond washing. So when reading the feedback in the consultation from the industry on the initial proposal of the Commission, so in the consultation document, there was always the hypothesis of the industry, very forceful, and the EU Commission basically kind of repeated that particular point of view in the consultation feedback. Said that if you do that, if you make the EU bond standard basically mandatory for the whole of Europe, if you like, then the whole market will collapse. There will be no green bond issues anymore. And my question to you, Nikos, because you clearly basically deep dived into the whole subject matter, is whether you would be able to reflect a little bit on whether or not there was sufficient evidence for that. So basically, it's of course scary. If the industry is basically with a hard voice saying, yeah, if you do that, then the whole market for green bonds will collapse. But I failed to see basically sufficient, if you like, relevant academic research basically supporting that claim. So it's easy for me. It's easy to say, but the question really is whether that particular whether that particular claim could be validated based on sufficient research. That is my question to you. On the same theme, basically, and then I turn to Wojciech Lewandowski, because it is, as you say, basically, the democratic legitimacy of the standard will be greatly improved if the standards are basically based on legislation which went through the ordinary legislative process. Now, we have to make a little bit of a sort of side note on that, as we all know, taxonomy regulation is in its nature a fairly thin regulation, and then as is usual in the current times, basically there's a lot of technical standards and so forth adopted through a process which is deviating a little bit from what we've seen in the financial markets as a whole. Financial markets, basically regulatory technical standards, implementing technical standards are prepared by the ESAs in a fairly transparent and process of consultation of the market and what have you. Feedback is then also published, and then the standards are put on the table of the European Commission, which may or may not, but within limitations, basically either reject the proposal of the ESA or adopt it, and in 99% of the cases, basically these standards are adopted as they are supposed to be in a process which is thought initially by the legislators to be very transparent. With the taxonomy regulation, which certainly with the technical criteria basically has been developed, this was the domain of engineers, and this was the domain of chemists and what have you, and not of lawyers. The ESAs hardly played any role in the development of that. So my question to you, you clearly said, and I fully agree with that, that once we have an EU green bond standard adopted, including its framework, including its references to the taxonomy framework and all the technical standards underpinning of that is a major step in creating democratic legitimacy. But still, many things of the, let's say, greening the economy also, let's say, quite technocratical. And in its nature, basically hardly to follow for the lawmakers who know a lot about the law, but perhaps not know a lot about, let's say, the very technical standards of that. So my question to you is, can you also reflect a little bit on that point of view? So these are the two questions I wanted to lay on the table, David, and then hopefully we have a fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Bart. I think that you did an excellent job as a discussant because you pinpoint some of the core issues that lie at the heart of this proposal. So what I suggest is that we begin by the two presenters answering Bart's questions, and then we move on to questions from myself or from the public. I invite all the participants to start thinking about questions that they want to raise. But in the meantime, in the same order that the questions were posed, I leave the floor to Nikos to answer Bart's question. Nikos?
Okay, thank you for your question, Professor. Indeed, as you correctly said, the Commission assessed the possibility of introducing a mandatory standard, but in the consultation, the vast majority of respondents replied that the standard should be voluntary, at least in the initial phase. As mentioned, as highlighted in the opinion of the ECB, the main concern for not introducing a mandatory standard is mainly related to the fact that the EU taxonomy has just started applying the technical screening criteria, which is a key pillar of the EU taxonomy, entered into application in January 2022. I mean, the first Commission delegated regulation, which specifies the technical screening criteria for the first two environmental objectives, climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, entered into application in January 2022. And the remaining Commission delegated regulations have not been adopted yet. So the EU taxonomy has not been tested in practice. So there is a high risk that the green bond standard, which is dependent on the EU taxonomy, would have a major problem, and issuers will be discouraged from issuing green bonds on the basis that the EU taxonomy has not been tested yet, and there is a risk that they will not find taxonomy-aligned economic activities to finance. And also there are some concerns that the EU taxonomy includes mostly green, very green economic activities. And not even the rapporteur of the European Parliament, who supported very ambitious proposals, did not propose a mandatory standard from the initial phase of its application. So I think that it seems appropriate to not have a mandatory standard, at least in the initial phase, in order to test how this is going and how, what could be the process for the EU taxonomy. And in the medium term, after 3 or 5 years, as proposed by the ECB, once the proportion of taxonomy-aligned activities has been increased, we could have a mandatory standard. I think that this is the best approach.
Thank you very much, Nikos. I think it was a very comprehensive but also very clear answer to the question. I may have a follow-up on this point, but I'll just wait. Meanwhile, Wojciech, the floor is yours to answer Bart's question.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Jussen, for your comments and your question. I personally think that it's like the fundamental question of a more general nature. So how the whole transformation process should look like? Should it be democratic process? Should it be technocratic process? And in respect of taxonomy, I see this as a classification that should be based on science, and science in this respect, as physicians and chemistry scholars are saying, is unequivocal. Yeah, so it's rather easy to determine what is green or what would contribute to the reduce of emissions and what would not. So in respect of elaborating the technical conditions for classification of the investments, I do not have many concerns. What I have, like I see as a political decision to do is whether and to what extent all the investments should adhere to these standards. So the demos, the European demos or national demos should decide whether they want to stick to this classification and the financial markets to obey with this classification and follow it. But the matter of determining these standards is so complicated that I would be afraid that if we would allow, like maybe it's politically incorrect, but if we would allow too much deliberation consideration about these standards themselves, then we would be questioning the grounds of the science, and I believe this might lead to the dangerous consequences. So when it comes to the standards themselves to determine what's green, what's not green, then I see it as the role of science, and in this respect, I guess that it's not. It can be the technocratic process, but in respect of determining to what extent these standards should apply, it's purely democratic decision, and there should all the democratic instruments should be necessary to make it legitimate.
Thank you very much, Wojciech. To have a follow up on these two points, so that we can also have a reaction from Bart to your answers to his questions. On the first point that was raised by Nikos, I think that the point was very well made, that this somehow this process where the voluntary nature of the standard somehow buys time for the standards to develop. But that raises another point, that in essence Europe is proposing a public-based standard as opposed to the market-based or private-based standards, and that has, of course, the reliability and accountability of the authorities that are behind the standard, that apply the standard, enforce the standard, but at the same time raises important questions such as, is this system capable of keeping up with the innovations that the market may offer? Because one of the concerns is that sometimes the technical screening criteria may not be ready. So maybe the issuers want to invest in sustainable activities, but the technical screening criteria are not ready, which is why the flexibility pocket, as you very well put in your paper, was proposed by the Council. So in that sense, do you have any views on this? And also, Bart, what would be your reaction to this question? Is a public-based standard capable of keeping up with all the innovation and complexity?
I think that understand I should reply first. In most typically the market is ahead of the public authorities and regulation. So most of the times regulation tries to capture some market developments that have already taken place. This is relevant in all areas of financial regulation. I think the same will apply also to green bond regulation. So as now, taking into account that now the Commission wants to regulate an area that is not regulated at the current place, this does not prevent the market to develop even further in the coming years and to proceed even further. And I don't think that a public standard would prevent any market development towards that direction.
Thank you, Bart.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise you, at least that I would very much be in favor of the transitional period of 3 to 5 years, as proposed by the European Central Bank. Had the difficulty of bringing the taxonomy regulation into practice, and all what it is concerning the complexity of it. It also nicely demonstrated by the very first issues of green bonds under the Next Generation program, which were not compliant with taxonomy, but were basically kind of built on the ICMA standards. So in that respect, has a sort of clear test in practice also that even for public authorities were quite difficult to start applying it. But on the other hand, I'm always in favor of start doing it and start trying to meet the criteria. And the sole reason why I am so much in favor of a mandatory standard is that one of the important elements of that is completely lacking in the industry standards is the test of do not significantly harm of your developments. And technical standards, the screening criteria, it is, as you say, Nikos, I think the market and the businesses or the governments that are need to apply will probably be way ahead of what the lawmakers can catch up in putting on paper. But that important test, and also the OECD test, so basically of not harming and to making sure that your issue is ethical, that the OECD guidelines are basically properly observed. These are the two elements which I believe are completely lacking in the industry standards and should be forming part basically of the tests of any green bond standards, barring basically the technical screening criteria. I think there the flexibility, as is now suggested, basically had that there may be a sort of a phase in, or that the once issued basically the bond as issued is not going to collapse because of the fact that the technical screening criteria changed, which I think is a good solution, because that contributes to legal certainty, and is certainly is important in the bond market, that you create a long-term legal certainty. So that's fine, but as far as I'm concerned, the sooner the EU bond standard becomes mandatory, the better.
Thank you very much, Bart. That is a very clear and straightforward assessment. One point that I wanted to raise, Wojciech, as a follow-up to the broader discussion of the technical view versus the political view, is that you made a very clear case that science is science, but when classifying what is sustainable, there has been a lot of controversy about the treatment, for example, of nuclear or gas activities, and of course there has been accountable decision making and saying that it is not simply an unqualified or blanket check, but these are controversial decisions nonetheless that are not exclusively technical. So I wanted to have your reaction on this. And also in relation to this, the technical versus political side, I wanted to have the two panelists and discussants' reaction to the issue of the treatment of sovereigns under the green bond standard. Clearly, there is a distinction. Sovereigns are much more leniently treated, and I wanted to know whether, in your view, this will be something that will help the green bond market or may hinder the credibility of sovereign bonds. So whoever wants to go first, I would suggest that Wojciech goes first, and then whoever wants to react.
Yes, thank you for this question. Like from my perspective, this controversy regarding gas and nuclear in the taxonomy was the example of like purely political, maybe not purely, but political interest interfering with science, because in case of nuclear, we could see that the controversies were not related to the level of emissions, but to other, I would say, interests in and views on the role of this energy source. And in the case of gas, it was maybe the other way. So the debate was not whether gas is causing the emissions that hamper the objectives of Paris Agreement and Green Deal, but it was whether we could get to zero emission energy production without gas as a transition phase. So in a sense that it was like still the questions of these technologies causing risk or not risk but harm to the climate and environment, I felt that the consensus is there, but the question was how to make the decision around this consensus. I would say so. So in this respect, I believe that it was the political discussion which from my point of view, should prevail over the technical point of view. But I would not consider this dispute and these controversies to be example of undermining the scientific evidence about the role of each technology for combating climate change. So this would be my answer to your question, David, the first one, and maybe I will just give a few words when I already speak about your second question. I hope it's okay for other speakers, for Nikos and for Bart, that this is the issue that in V4 region, I guess is in particular relevant and because to some extent in some areas market is more advanced in setting the ambition for green transformation and the governments are lacking such a decisive approach. On the other hand, this lack of dedication, I would say, is also causing some further turbulences for investment decisions. So I would expect the framework from the European level to really put very strong how I would say conditions and requirements for sovereign bond issuers, because in our region we could see, as I showed on the screen, that the public issuers are setting the pace for the market. So they are really incentivizing the other actors. So if they are not submitting to very coherent and robust framework, I would say, then the rest of the market will not would not be, and sorry, it would be even worse for the whole market. So I guess that it's in this context of policy objectives, it's really important that sovereign bond issuers would follow the strict way, and the leniency would be really limited.
Thank you. Nikos?
In relation to what is which activities are really sustainable, there are other experts there are other persons who have larger expertise in this area than me. But what I would like to say is that although all these activities and all these assessments are very technical, in reality, there is always policy behind them. These issues are mostly political at the end of the day. So even about the discussion whether natural gas or nuclear power should be considered as sustainable, we should take into account not only technical criteria, but also political choices. And also we should take into account whether the technological developments go hand in hand with our ambitions and our wishes. For instance, we would like to reach the ambitious targets for 2030, but whether we will achieve these targets depends also on the technological developments and whether this is feasible. So maybe we should consider some other options in the meantime in order to make a gradual path towards such ambitious targets.
Thank you very much. But any reaction? Or?
Briefly, yeah. So on the 2 points, yeah, barring this very unfortunate, let's say, highly political debate, basically, I would say rather at the level there where you wouldn't expect that political discussion to take place. It always surprised me that after the work of the high-level expert group had to prepare the recommendations to the a little bit akin to the La Rogère, so paving the path basically for the legislative agenda and for anything else. But it always surprised me that basically the implementation basically of the work of the various bodies within Europe, and particularly the task force that is given quite some important roles in the development of technical screening criteria. Why Europe hasn't chosen basically to create an agency akin to the EBA, akin to the ESMA, basically, that would have participants of all the member states sitting in under the professional direction of a professional board, but still with an official status based on a clear a constitutive regulation. So it always surprised me that we haven't chosen to do so. And if the reasoning was, okay, we don't have the time for it, well, we see it with the creation of the AML authority. That can be done quite rather quickly. We can do that in a year or two time. This may become in the future quite problematic because the discussion and the debate that we have now today in this morning session clearly demonstrates that it is very important indeed, and that's one of the points that catched my eye when I was reading the paper of Wojciech, basically. We shouldn't stop thinking of the legitimacy of everything that's happening, including for, as far as I'm concerned, the technical screening standards, and particularly the democratic legitimacy, and how have we organized it. That's the comment that I wanted to give on that particular point. So I will stop here because in view of the time, you probably would like to see whether we are still on time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We took some extra minutes, but I think it was worth it. We could, of course, prolong the discussion for the whole morning, and we wouldn't finish because this topic is really vast. I suggest that we take not the 10 minutes break, but that we limit to 7 minutes. So we start a few minutes later than 10 to 11, but at least that we take a brief pause. Thank you very much, everyone. It was a really excellent presentations and discussion, and we will continue this in the following session on green bonds in financial markets, chaired by Professor Veerle Colait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hello. Welcome everyone again to this second panel. For this panel, I will just pass very quickly the floor to Professor Veerle Colait from the Catholic University of Leuven. Verle, it's a pleasure to have you with us, someone with so much authority on these issues. So I'll just hand over to you so that you can introduce the panel. Thank you very much. And thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. You're way too kind. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by thanking you, David, and also Agnieszka for inviting me to chair this second panel on green bonds in the financial markets. In this panel, we will discuss two recent working papers on green bonds on the one hand, but also on the role of distributors under MiFID II. I would like to introduce to you as a first speaker, Professor Elia Serrato Garcia. Elia is a candidate at Carlos III University and the University of Bologna, and also adjunct professor of commercial law at UNEF, University of Financial Studies in Madrid. Before devoting herself to academia, she gained also practical experience in the sector, working as a legal counsel at Sunco, an investment fund, and as an assistant legal counsel at the Permanent Court of Arbitration. Together with Federica Agostini, a financial law researcher of the University of Glasgow, she wrote a paper on green bond markets in the light of the EU green bond standard proposal, lights, shadows, and some proposals. We are very curious to hear more on your views on the proposal and how it can improve. So, Elia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, we are going to talk about the green bond markets, the main features of the European Union green bond standard in light of the original proposal. The structure of the article is, as you can see on the slide, it is divided into three parts: light, shadows, and some proposals to shed light on the shadows. Well, the standard shows visible signs of trying to reduce the risk of greenwashing and also to show consistency with other policy objectives already in place, in particular within the taxonomy regulation. In fact, the main distinctive element of the proposed regulation is full alignment with the European Union taxonomy, as issuers will have to allocate 100% of the proceeds of the bonds to taxonomy-aligned assets. The European Union Green Bond Standard arises as a guideline to market participants, as well as a tool to increase transparency in financial markets for private sector sustainable investments. On the one hand, the European Union Green Bond Standard establishes common metrics and definitions in order to determine which assets will be in line with the technical criteria set in the taxonomy regulation and the delegated acts, in order to incentivize market participants to invest in green projects. The link to scientific criteria is a novelty which is absent from the soft law principles on green bonds, where issuers mainly provide non-binding and generic guidance of green characteristics. In terms of transparency, what is new in the proposal is that it exists to provide external checks and balances on the compliance with the regulation. Disclosures on the intended allocation of proceeds undergo the pre-issuance and post-issuance reviews by external reviewers who will assess the taxonomy alignment of the funding project. They will do this under the screen of ESMA. This is also a novelty compared to current market practices, where issuers only voluntarily provide an external second-party review, certifications, or ratings that may vary because external providers use divergent methodologies. Despite their remarkable efforts, some aspects of the European Union Green Bond Standard remain unclear. We have identified at least the following. First of all, the European Union Green Bond Standard is customized as a voluntary standard, and therefore its scope is limited. Despite the European Union Green Bond Standard requires full alignment with the taxonomy, the Commission has held that what doesn't qualify as a sustainable economic activity under the European Union taxonomy is not by definition unsustainable. This situation can make it hard to determine whether the sustainability-related information disclosed by issuing companies are comparable and reliable. Also, the voluntary standard appeals to issuers of high-quality green bonds, but this situation may leave some market participants out of the market. We are thinking in particular of reluctant issuers who can be less willing to voluntarily support the European Union Green Bond Standard initiative if, in doing so, a decrease in returns is involved. Our argument is that a voluntary standard that offers harmonized metrics can be an appealing tool for market participants, and it can contribute to increase the market for green bonds. However, a voluntary standard, in our view, can hardly create enforceable rights and obligations. Yet, it's true that the European Union Green Bond Standard includes a public enforcement regime according to which supervisory authority may sanction external reviewers, but it avoids including an enforcement avenues that's available to private parties in case of non-compliance with the standard. So, if an investor or an external reviewer argues that an issuer has used the proceeds in full or in part to finance a brown project, the proposal doesn't provide a uniform mechanism that can be asserted by private parties to seek redress. In our view, if the objective of the European Union Green Bond Standard is to help transforming the Union into a modern and resource-efficient economy to enhance sustainable economic growth, then regulation should encourage a proactive attitude from every market participant. Therefore, positive incentive as a voluntary standard should be complemented by counterbalancing incentive that persuade those enterprises who show a deviant behavior or still prefer making a choice not to supporting the sustainable initiatives. As regards gas and nuclear activities, these controversial sectors have been integrated as transitional activities in the Taxonomy Complementary Delegated Act. The problem with this proposal is that if the European Union Green Bond Standard is introduced in its current form, issuers will be able to allocate the proceeds raising from the issuance to gas and nuclear activities. In contrast, the underlying objective of the standard is to provide clarity on green bond features and to phasing out fossil fuels, which would include gas activities. This situation may confuse investors around the qualities of the securities and will allow investors to use the green label when developing projects with not compliant or not entirely compliant with the climate change mitigation and adaptation objectives. It remains to be seen whether the final version of the European Union Green Bond Standard will introduce an exception. We tend to align with the view of experts that oppose the integration of gas and nuclear within the taxonomy and stress that the role of these activities in the transition period should be addressed by using specific metrics according to which it would be possible to assess their progress and adaptation during this transition period. Another problem with the European Union or inconsistency within the European Union Green Bond Standard is that it doesn't provide clarity as to how it will be applied to securitization operations. One of the provisions of the proposal allows issuers of green bonds to purchase financial assets in line with the technical criteria of the taxonomy. This provision could be interpreted as to restrict the use of the green bond label to securitization operations that exclusively refinance portfolio of taxonomy-aligned assets, which could be option 2. In contrast, the regulation doesn't seem to rule out the possibility to securitize portfolio comprising mixed green and conventional asset. For example, it would be possible to issue a green bond asset-based securities to develop a solar panel and to back the issuance with a set of plain vanilla commercial loans. This situation, or this lack of clarity, can also encourage issuers to use contractual provisions to constrain their liability concerning the green characteristics of the issuance and environmental risks. And this waiver of liability can spill over the whole financial value chain, from issuers, originators to institutional investors, trustees, etc., until the securitized products are purchased by end investors. Finally, as regards the external review process, in our view, some adjustment would be desirable. And this is because it is questionable to what extent reviewers will effectively act as gatekeepers. The proposed regulation doesn't clarify whether and how reviewers are expected to rate the compliance to the European Union Green Bond Standard. This situation may result in boilerplate statements that will not effectively serve the purpose of revealing greenwashing risk to investors. More importantly, the consequences for issuers following a negative review are missing from the proposal, as it fails to provide any specific powers to reviewers when they consider the green bond documentation inadequate. Second, the proposal gives rise to a vertical relationship between ESMA and reviewers, and it regulates some extent of such relationship. The proposal also gives rise to a horizontal relationship between the issuer and the reviewer, but the extremes of this relationship are not addressed in the proposal. It only states that fees charged by external reviewers for their assessment services shall not depend on the pre-issuance or post-issuance review, but it doesn't provide any guidance as to feasible criteria that could be used by issuers and reviewers in its private relationship to avoid potential conflict of interest between them or to address them. And finally, the extent to which ESMA will be able to monitor reviewers' work is also uncertain. While the proposal empowers ESMA facing intentional or negligent conduct, the European Union Green Bond Standard doesn't specify the rule that shall apply to determine whether the infringement has been intentional or negligent. If national law applies when examining the reviewer's behavior, it is of relevance to take into account that national jurisdiction will inevitably have different standards to establish negligence and intention, and this may result in different outcomes across member states, even in situations which are alike. In order to shed some light on the shadows mentioned, our proposals are the following. First, the introduction of a binding European Union standard, including right incentives that can be applicable to all market actors. In this regard, since corporations enjoy some discretion in their internal decision-making process according to corporate governance rules, it is essential to establish a coherent link between financial law and corporate governance in order to deter untruthful statement and misleading of green bonds, in particular in relation to the directors' statements when they refer to the green element of the bond. Some adjustment to the rule on the external review process will be desirable, in particular where there is a negative review. We consider that external reviewers, as independent parties, should be able to suspend the issuance or at least to request a formal inspection by the national competent authority. Also, in relation to the private relationship between the reviewer and the issuer, we consider that it can be improved through the integration of enforcement mechanisms that increase the accountability of the reviewers as independent experts, while reducing the conflicts of interest between them and the issuers. This idea is connected to the following one: the need to integrate private enforcement avenues available to private parties. In this regard, our view is that the legal framework for European Union sustainable finance should not develop in a piecemeal fashion that addresses regulatory and private law as separate elements when in reality they fit together. And finally, irrespective of the fact that issuers have the obligation to elaborate transition plans to promote climate neutrality, the European Union and especially member states remain fully responsible and competent for deciding what policies are adequate to meet their commitment to climate neutrality and for striking the appropriate balance between public and private action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elia, for this very clear presentation, very concise, and yet a whole range of very interesting proposals. I'm already curious to the debate on those proposals, but first let's go to the second speaker of this panel, and that is Professor Maria Elena Salerno. She is an associate professor in economics and law at the University of Siena. She has a degree in economics and banking, but also a postgraduate research grant in law and economics, and she has run courses on banking and financial law subjects since 2001. She has widely published on many topics of banking supervision, pension funds, banking corporate governance, and so on. And today she will present her latest paper dealing with the distributor perspective in regard of sustainable products, or in other words, on the integration of sustainability risks and factors in the MiFID II suitability and product governance obligations, and the potential risks of the product-oriented model for sustainable financial instruments distribution. A very important perspective indeed. So please, Maria Elena, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. But in this moment, at this moment, I can't share my slide. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. Don't worry. First of all, I start my presentation from a premise. It is the premise is that my analysis focuses on regulatory reforms devoted to realize the action number 4 of the EU Sustainability Finance Action Plan. This action number 4 establishes the introduction of sustainability factors and sustainability risks within the investment decision-making process by investment advisors and portfolio management. In this relation, the scope of my analysis is to highlight the potential conflict of interest between the public sustainability interests and the private financial and economic interest of financial investors. This potential conflict can arise from these regulatory reforms, from the integration of sustainability factors in suitability requirements and in product governance obligations. Why? Because the European legislator in this connection decided has adopted a product-oriented model for the distribution of sustainability-related financial instruments. This model is a model which adapts the characteristics of the product of the client to the characteristics of the product. But this model usually traditionally has been discarded for the distribution of financial instruments per se in favor of the adoption of a client-oriented model. In order to achieve this objective, my analysis is divided in 3 main parts. The first focuses on the specific scope of application of the provision of financial services in the context of ESG. The second focuses on the integration of sustainability factor within the suitability requirement regulation. The third focuses on the insertion of suitability factors in product governance obligation. I start from the first point. In relation to the first point, the European legislator recalls the notions of sustainable investment and eco-sustainable activities included in the SFDR, Sustainable Financial Disclosure Regulation, and the Taxonomy Regulation, respectively. Concerning the concept of sustainable investment, we know that this concept is related to the respect of three main conditions. This investment must contribute to the promotion of environmental and social objectives. The second condition, this is a very important condition. It does not significantly harm any of these environmental and social objectives. The third is that the companies that provide these types of investment have to respect good governance practices. But this regulation extends its disclosure, some disclosure obligation for the concerning the level of sustainability of this investment to other two types of investment. Investment which are characterized, which present environmental and social characteristics, but they don't reach the level of sustainability which characterize the notion of sustainable investment. The second type of investment is related to those investments which consider their negative effect on sustainability factors. In relation to taxonomy regulation, we know that this taxonomy regulation has the aim, on the one hand, to establish uniform criteria in order to qualify an activity as eco-sustainable in relation to 6 main environmental objectives. On the other hand, it establishes some disclosure obligation for the firms which provide this type of activity. Substantially, on the basis of taxonomy regulation, an activity is qualified as compliant with this one or more of these environmental objectives if it respect two main principles. The first is the principle to give a substantial contribution to one or more of these environmental objectives, and the second is the principle of do no significant harm to this objective, and the quantification of these two principles is delegated to the European Commission. On this basis, the regulator, in modifying the regulation about suitability requirements to suitability assessment by introducing sustainability factors in this regulation, affects the client profiling, the product profiling, the method to make suitability assessment, and the disclosure obligation related to the suitability assessment. Concerning the client profile, the regulator introduces, the reforms introduces sustainability preferences of the client, and include these preferences in the investment objectives of the client, and not in his or her personal characteristics. In this way, the regulator give a greater weight to these sustainability preferences of the client. In relation to the client profiling phase, the intermediaries are required to have the information from the client about also their sustainability preferences. In addition, the reforms give a definition of sustainability preferences. They are defined as investment which are compliant with the taxonomy regulation, with the SFDR, and investment financial instrument that finance investment that take into account their adverse effect on sustainability factors. In this relation, we have to highlight that the client has the duty, not the duty, is free to determine his or her type and level of sustainability of his or her potential investment. There is no obligation for the client to give this information to intermediaries, unlike financial and personal characteristics of the client. In this, concerning the product profiling, I want to outline that the reform requires intermediaries to adopt legal procedure, internal organizational procedure, and policies devoted to demonstrating their ability to understand the sustainability characteristics of the product. And in addition, they have to include the sustainability features of the product in the product selection making process for to recommend at the basis of the recommendation of a financial instrument. Concerning suitability assessment, the reform requires the intermediaries to imposes the duty to evaluate the suitability of a product in relation to the feature of the client, also in connection with the sustainability preferences chosen by the client in the profiling, during the profiling phases. But we can highlight a less stringent, a less severe regime for the suitability assessment made in relation to sustainability preferences. Substantially, intermediaries can benefit of this regime, this discipline in relation to the distribution of sustainability related financial instrument. This is true in first of all, in relation to the legal consequences connected to the unsuitability of a product. In this case, if no financial sustainability related financial instrument is compliant with the sustainability preferences of the client, the intermediaries can't recommend this product as suitable with the sustainability preferences, but the intermediary can recommend this product insofar if this product is compliant with the financial profile of the client. If no instrument is compliant with the sustainability preferences of the client can adjust, can adapt it is where level of sustainability, the level of sustainability of his or her preferences, in order to make it this level compliant with the level of sustainability of the product. Finally, if the lack or insufficient information from the client does prevent the intermediaries from making the recommendation concerning illegible financial instrument under the sustainability profile. This is a discipline that, in my opinion, can lead to a greenwashing risks to financial investors in terms of misrepresentation, mis-selling, misinformation, mispricing phenomena. And what is the legal solution adopted by the European Commission in reforming this regulation? It is a simple recommendation. The European Commission recommends intermediaries to separate financial profile from sustainability profile of the client and to give priorities the priority to the former over the latter, in both in the phase of the client profiling and in the phase of suitability assessment. Finally, concerning the disclosure obligation in relation to this part, now the intermediaries are required to include in their suitability report also the motivation of how the recommendation meets, is compliant, is in line to the client sustainability profile, in addition to the client's sustainability financial profile. Concerning the last part of my relation, that is the integration of sustainability factor in product governance regulation, I have to outline that this integration affects all the phases of the life of a product, the life cycle of a product. It affects, first of all, the definition of a positive target market by manufacturers and distributors, but it doesn't affect the definition of a negative target market by manufacturers and distributors. We know that the positive target market is the set of clients identified, ex ante identified as the client which are identified as presenting the personal, financial, and sustainability features in compliance with the features of the conceived instrument, financial instrument. In this relation, the European legislator decided not to affect the definition of the negative target market, that is the market, the set of clients for which this the conceived instrument is ex ante unsuitable. So this choice, this situation arises from a reasoned thought, the reasoned choice of the European legislator devoted to ensuring that sustainability related financial instruments remain easily available to clients whose sustainability levels is not compliant with the sustainability levels of the financial product in order to assure a greater distribution of these sustainability related financial instruments. My conclusion, what are my conclusions? In relation to these two elements, I can highlight that the financial legislator, the European legislator has adopted a product-oriented model for sustainable financial instrument. What is the advantage of this instrument? Is to increase the role of finance in promoting environmental and social sustainability. On the other hand, we have the disadvantage. Is that this situation, this model, could undermine substantially the duty that is the bulwark of this regulation, the duty of intermediaries to act in the best economic and financial interest of the client. So it guarantees a lower level of protection for financial investors than the client-oriented model. The question, I close with the question. The question arises as whether the simple recommendation of the European Commission to give priority to financial profile of the client over the sustainability profile is sufficient, will be sufficient to guarantee the convergence between the public sustainability interest and the private financial and economic interest of financial investors. Maybe not. I think that, in my opinion, I think that the supervisory convergence measures envisaged by the ESMA in the roadmap for sustainable finance 2022-2024 can help solve this conflicting situation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena, for this very clear presentation of a clear change of paradigm, actually, in the approach to investor protection in the field of with integrating sustainable finance into the suitability and product governance test. I have a number of questions on this, but I'm sure that our respondent also has. So I would like to first give the floor now to Ms. Alexia Femia. Ms. Femia is a sustainable finance policy advisor at the European Banking Federation, and previously she also worked for an Italian banking group. She's therefore very well informed of industry concerns and will provide feedback on both papers from that perspective. So Alexia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, very well.
Okay,
Thank you.
amazing. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Alexia Femia, as you've mentioned, and I'm here representing the European Banking Federation, which is the voice of the European banking sector, bringing together 32 national banking associations, which comprise about 6,000 banks, which range from small to large, wholesale, retail, local, and international. I want to take the opportunity first and foremost to thank the European Banking Institute for inviting me to discuss these two very relevant topics. For, of course, our members, but they are quite interlinked and very important also to achieve the EU sustainability objectives. I wanted to also thank both panelists before me for their very interesting papers that I read very carefully. And but in particular, so if we focus on the green element of sustainability to achieve net zero by 2050, there clearly has to be the channeling of a substantial amount of capital towards green initiatives, which can only be achieved with a solid basis. So of course, this is something that has to be provided by the taxonomy, which has been mentioned also in the previous panel quite a few times. So to have basically a science-based definition of what is green, then of course there is the important aspect when channeling of capital via financial markets, you have to have certainty and clarity for investors, which is something that the professor before me mentioned very well, but also to practitioners who wish to provide financial products and instruments to their clients that of course have to meet their preferences in terms of sustainability. And then, of course, in addition to this, something that could be added is clarity is also needed for companies who want to leverage these tools to raise capital to reach their own green objectives. So in my view, one of the underlying issues, and of course, not just my view, but I think everyone who works in the sphere of sustainable finance, is the risk of overcomplication given the various frameworks in place that are overlapping. So in particular, for the financial sector, we have quite a bit of regulation, just to name a few. We have the SFDR, the Taxonomy, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. Of course, this is now being complemented by other legislation. So we have the proposal for the EU Green Bond Standard, which we talked about quite a bit today, and the integration of sustainability risks and factors in MiFID II suitability. Therefore, the former two topics that we are here to discuss in this panel today. So I would say the risk of overcomplication has translated quite clearly in some of these proposals. However, what I would like to provide to complement, because I think from the perspective of explaining these two important elements, so the MiFID II suitability and the EU GBS, the panelists before me did a great job. There's no need to further clarify what these entail specifically, but what I can try and do is provide the more of a practitioner level perspective, so represent a bit what is being voiced by our member banks. And starting from the latter, so the integration of sustainability risks in MiFID II suitability, what is a main concern for banks is that there is a clear timeline issue. So just to make this very concise and brief, there's a mismatch between the application of MiFID II, which will come before the SFDR RTS, so the regulatory technical standards, which will provide clarity on the content, methodology, presentation of ESG disclosures at product level. So, of course, the implementation will only be based on the interpretation of the SFDR. What does this mean in practical terms? Of course, there's less clarity for practitioners, and this translates automatically in less clarity, of course, for retail investors as a consequence. So another thing that is related to timelines as well is the data issue. This is a huge issue. From our perspective, at the moment, there is a lack of data, which will only be expected between 2023 and 2025, if we're lucky with the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, because we do not know yet when we will be able to obtain this type of information. So why is this an issue? Of course, at the moment, banks rely heavily on the data that is provided also by ESG rating providers. And it is something that needs to be highlighted. This is also recognized at the entire industry level, and we can see also with the ESMA's recent call for evidence on the characteristics of the information provided by these ESG rating providers. We already see at EBF we've voiced our opinion on this, and there is lack of comparability between data. We have different data provided by different ESG rating providers, and this is, of course, because of the difference in methodologies that are being employed. So something that has to be addressed is also this data issue. This has to be paired with something, so I'm taking a bit of a step back. This has to be paired with increased literacy on sustainable finance, but this is at all levels, of course. So the complexity I was talking about before has a huge toll on the general understanding of this new and rapidly evolving market. So it is already something that is being addressed. Financial literacy, more broadly speaking, is a recognized issue at EU level. And very few member states have implemented a financial literacy framework, which I think is something that is due at this point. At national level, last time I've checked, for those few member states who do have national frameworks, none of these actually integrate sustainability aspects, which is something very important. Besides, of course, having a general knowledge of basic financial concepts. This is something that banks are willing to contribute to, of course, but it also has to be addressed at governmental level. So at national level, member states have to start taking this problem more seriously. So what is needed now is a flexible approach, and the reason why banks really address this is we need to avoid blocking the whole market at all costs. So it's important to have a flexible approach to be able to offer green, non-green products based on the availability of instruments, which is also an issue that will meet the sustainability preferences of clients while keeping in mind all the other components of product governance, which are very important. So time horizon, risk appetite, and knowledge of the client. I will move on to the second topic for the sake of not dragging this on too long, and this is the European Green Bond Standard proposal. And I would like to firstly highlight that this proposal was very well received from EU banks, as it's widely recognized as a necessary and natural step forward to link the science-based criteria set in the taxonomy to the concept of green and green bond, so increasing certainty for investors and all involved stakeholders. Of course, as mentioned also earlier this morning, since the proposal has been published, and this was something that also Elia was talking about, so the nature of the standard, whether it should be voluntary or mandatory, there's been a lot of discussion on this from various legislators. And what we have been hearing is basically the main concern is that there will not be a successful uptake of the standard if it is not mandatorily, let's say, mandatorily or so imposed to issuers of green bonds at EU level. But I am going to focus on this because I think this is already a big topic in itself. And then hopefully we can elaborate on other points then during the discussion. But concerning this point specifically, I wanted to a bit talk about the perspective of the banking sector, which supports maintaining the Commission's original proposal for a voluntary standard for a variety of reasons. So I'll explain why. So starting from the very bottom, it is important to understand the purpose of the proposal, which was to provide a gold standard in the green bond market. So basically for those who want to prove that they are the best in class and that they want to prove the reliability of their instrument, they can, of course, issue under this very ambitious standard. So as I was saying, the main concern is that from the legislator side is that with a voluntary standard, there will be limited uptake of the EU green bond standard. However, we have some evidence that this is not the case, and I will explain why. So basically, something that we have observed through data that has been provided to us from some of our members working in the stock exchange is that there has been already in the past few years not only an increase in the number of green bonds that are being issued at EU level, but there's also an increase on the basically issuers are increasingly focusing on renewing their green bond frameworks internally in order to align their projects with the EU taxonomy and their processes with a future EU GBS. What they've been able to achieve is at least a partial alignment, especially when it comes to the taxonomy. And I'll explain why also this partial is quite important. So this first and foremost proves that, of course, those who are issuing green bonds at EU level recognize the benefits arising from linking to the taxonomy because it provides certainty, as mentioned earlier, and there's great appetite for this at investor level. When I underlined the partial alignment, this brings us to a further issue. So this is basically the applicability of the taxonomy. So as mentioned, basically the taxonomy only comprises those activities that are in the delegated acts, which are out at the moment. So as of January 2022, we have the delegated acts that apply for climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. But this does not mean they cover all activities that could potentially be included in these categories, of course. For those who have seen the Platform of Sustainable Finance's most recent report on a potential extended taxonomy, they do address the fact that the volume of finance that would currently meet taxonomy alignment green criteria is estimated around 1 to 5% of all financial assets. So it is clear that at least for the time being, we need to keep the door open to other standards to meet the whole wide range of needs that need to be met in terms of green financing. So the real advantage, I would say, provided by the EU Green Bond Standard is the tight link to the taxonomy, as mentioned. The review process, of course, it is very important that external reviewers be regulated and be supervised by ESMA. This provides, of course, a further certainty for investors. And as a consequence, if investors are attracted to EU green bonds, as a consequence, ambitious issuers will feel attracted to issuing under this ambitious standard. So if I can go back a second to at least to the point about the partial alignment with the taxonomy, and the need to be able to choose whether to issue also under alternative standards. It is also important to underline that a mandatory standard could inadvertently limit market developments and create an unleveled playing field, leaving European issuers constrained in a format which only evolves at the pace of the technical screening criteria of the taxonomy at which the taxonomy develops, because it is also important to notice, as mentioned earlier, not only the fact that not all activities are foreseen and not all other environmental objectives have delegated acts, so we do not currently have the technical screening criteria to measure up against, but there is also the issue that the technical screening criteria of the taxonomy does change over time. So this is part of the, let's say, adaptable aspect of the taxonomy, which of course over time has to adapt based on innovation, new scientific discoveries. So basically every 3 years, technical screening criteria does undergo a review process. So under the current proposal of the Commission, in case of evolving technical screening criteria, you have up to 5 years to reallocate proceeds in order to comply with the new criteria. And this further limits the amounts of projects for which such an instrument will be appropriate. And this is because, as everyone knows, of course, financing green projects most of the time require long-term projects. So if you look at green projects, a large part of these, as I was saying, require long-term financing. And if we take a concrete example, which could be an issuer who chooses to fund electricity generation using solar photovoltaic technology, this is covered by the TSC. So technically, you could use the EU Green Bond Standard once, of course, it will be in existence. But let's suppose that upon completion, it may no longer meet the biodiversity criteria. And this is it can happen very easily. And as you know, there's the DNSH criteria that has to be met. But if, for instance, a new site, so a new area is added to the UNESCO World Heritage List near the project, then this project will no longer be taxonomy aligned. And for reference, 34 sites were added to the list since 2020. So this is not something that is impossible. So basically, the issuer has very little incentive to use a standard under the uncertainty that this will be still classify as an EU green bond in a few years. But this also brings to uncertainty for an investor, of course, because if you invest in an EU green bond, you do not have 100% certainty that in a few years this will still be a green bond. But that being said, I look forward to discussing further with the other two panelists, and I hope I didn't prolong myself too much there.
Thank you very much, Alexia. It was great to have this input from practice and from the problems banks are facing when they have to implement all this new legislation. Allow me to go back to the speakers and maybe respond on specific points. Maybe to you, Maria Elena, I thought that the data issue is indeed a very important issue, and I've also heard from practice that it means that they just don't have sufficient sustainable products on offer today, many banks, to comply with specific sustainability preferences of clients. And so from that perspective, do you still think that the new approach where indeed it is possible for clients to amend their sustainability preferences if no product is available that matches those preferences, isn't that then the best approach to protect the investors who would otherwise not have any advice at all? You're still mute.
Okay. On the operational point of view, first of all, banks and investment firms have to modify their approach in relation toward their clients. First of all, they have to implement in their profiling, during the profiling phases, in their suitability questionnaire, other questions about the sustainability interests of the client. The European legislator in this relation requires that these questions must be detailed, very detailed, but I think that initially, at least initially, these questions must be more general, related to the comparison between the advantages and disadvantages of sustainability financial instrument. They have to highlight the client, the benefit arising from their sustainable investment. Concerning their procedure, internal procedure, I think that in order to solve and to address the conflict, the problem of the conflict of interest, they have to adopt organizational measures, internal organizational measure, similar to the measure that they adopt to solve the minimal situation of conflict highlighted by the MiFID II based regulation. For the suitability requirement, I don't know, I have to think about it, assessment, I have to think about it anymore, because it is true that the legislator, the regulator, recommends intermediaries to give preferences, the financial profile over the sustainability profile, but I'm not sure that intermediaries follow this recommendation, and now they have in their hand the power to pilot, to give direction to the choice made in this sense, in the sustainability sense by the client, from the client. This is my opinion for the moment. I have to think about it some more.
Okay, thank you very much. It is a very difficult question also to reconcile theory and practice, I think,
Yes.
and it will be very interesting to see.
The problem is also that we don't have in this moment a uniform application of this legislation. We have to wait for the regulation of the ESMA, the level 3 regulation of the ESMA, and perhaps we can solve this situation. Or okay.
Exactly, that was what I was going to say exactly. ESMA is currently drafting guidelines and has closed the consultation, I think, today on those guidelines. So it will be very interesting to see what they come up to guide us in this regard. So maybe finally to Elia. Can you express your views now that you've heard what the point of view is of the European Banking Federation, who is clearly in favor of a voluntary GBS standard? Are you convinced?
Thank you. Well, oh, excuse me. Well, I do still believe that what we need is something that can be enforced. I understand the concerns from practitioners because, well, there are many uncertainties around the need to integrate sustainability considerations into decision-making process for every companies, especially for banks or other investment firms, whose processes and projects are very complex. The problem that I see with a voluntary standard, with a gold voluntary standard, is that I don't see in the medium long term much difference between this voluntary standard and the existing soft law green bond principles that already exist, in the sense that if they still are voluntary, they will be very hard to enforce in practice. I mean, the discussant Alexia also mentioned that there has been some advancement in terms of partial alignment that has been achieved because banks are step by step adapting to the taxonomy. And I think that it's also part of the transition period we are in this moment, at this moment. On the one hand, I think that the European Union Green Bond Standard, when proposing the review process, can also provide some insight for banks, in the sense that external reviewers can also participate as legal advisors or reviewers of the policies that banks need to adopt in order to adapt their businesses to the new challenges, the new sustainability considerations. And on the other hand, that in relation to the lack of data or the lack of products to offer to clients who have sustainability preferences, I do believe that maybe these external reviewers or advisors can help transform the business, that the projects, the products that already exist. What I mean is that we need to distinguish between creating a new category of financial markets, green bond markets or other green financial markets, that lives together with the existing conventional financial market. If the objective is to change, to transform the economy, to the whole economy, what we need to do is to transform the financial market that we already have into a sustainable one. So maybe what we can do is to use the new mechanisms that have been integrated within the Sustainable Financial Initiative as the review process or the integration of gatekeepers in order to transform the existing businesses. I hope this is clear.
Very clear, thank you. And I think there's much more to be said about both topics, but I look at David because I see that we're already running over time a bit, so maybe we should close the session here. I look at you, David, to confirm or not.
Since we have now we have the long pause, perhaps there is time for one more question. If you since the questions have also been very enlightening, I would say one more question.
Yep. I'll first look in the public whether there's someone who wants to raise a question. If not immediately, I also have another question for Elia. On the external review process, which is indeed, as you clearly explained, something very new, and where potential conflicts of interest might arise. So I wonder whether the same problem might arise as in the field of credit rating agencies, in the sense that they are paid by the companies they're rating, and we have the same kind of process here. So the problem of don't bite the hand that's feeding you might arise, and reviewers might not be too critical because in the future then they might not get a job anymore to review bonds issued by that issuer. So I wonder, and the same is true for auditors, for instance, where we see that sometimes they're not sufficiently strict because they want a long-standing relationship. Is this a problem that can be dealt with in the field of green bonds? How do you see that?
Thank you very much for this interesting question. This is, yes, I agree with you that this is a real concern around the role of external reviewers, that they can become like second-party reviewers as credit rating agencies, and the same problems that we had in the past can arise again. The thing is that now maybe we can do it better, in the sense that external reviewers can be addressed as real gatekeepers, in the sense that if they are responsible enough as to the review they conduct, they are accountable enough as the role they purport, maybe they will be more responsible than second-party reviewers have been in the past. And this is what we argue in our article, that maybe private law can provide with this gap, or can fill this gap that maybe public regulation as developed in the European Union Green Bond Standard cannot fill. Also because with the external review process proposed in the European Union Green Bond Standard, I think it tries to address or tries to comply with the requirements of ensuring the well functioning of the market. But if we have a private relationship between an issuer and a reviewer, then the rule of private law should apply. And in this regard, if rules of enforcement and responsibility and liability that are applicable to other market actors that work or in relation to the corporate governance rules that they are subject to, can be useful in this regard to enforce the role of external reviewers.
Yes, indeed. I think that's very valuable. And what do you think about a kind of a rotation system where you oblige external reviewers to, oblige issuers to work with another reviewer each time they issue a bond or something?
Well, from a practical perspective, I don't have the correct answer because I don't know, I'm not a practitioner, but I do think that the rotation can contribute to or can be a signal of transparency during the process. I think it can be, but honestly, well, I'm not sure about this from a practical perspective, but from a theoretical one, it seems like, yes, it could help transparency.
Okay, thank you very much. I have one last look at the participants in the audience, whether they want to raise another question. There's no further need to ask questions at this stage. So I suggest that we close this panel. I would like to thank you very much for your clearly thought-provoking papers with many issues on which you can take different perspectives depending on what side you look at it. So thank you very much for your presentations and also for your feedback. And thank you again, David, for inviting us.
Thanks very much, Verli.
Thank you.
Thanks to the presenters. I clarify that I misspoke before. We have now a short pause, let's say a 5 minutes pause for this third panel that will be chaired by Serena Gruneval. So let's make a 5-minute pause and then we proceed to panel number 3. Thank you. Okay, we are moving past the equator of this conference into the third panel. I will hand over to the chair of this panel, but before I just wanted to say a few words to introduce her. Our chair is Serena Gruneval, who is a professor of European and Comparative Financial Law at Radboud University of Nijmegen. She is also a member of the core team of at the Interdisciplinary Center on Sustainability Challenges. She's a member of the academic board of the European Banking Institute, and may I say so, also a dear friend and an expert in sustainability, especially in what concerns central banking and prudential regulation. Serena, thank you very much for being with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, David, for this very, very kind introduction. And thanks to you and Agnieszka for organizing this wonderful conference. I've been following it with great interest. It's a great pleasure to be chairing panel 3 on sustainability risks and bank prudential regulation. And we have a truly fascinating program ahead of us, since this is a truly interdisciplinary panel. As you will see, and we will have the opportunity to listen to the presentations of 2 very innovative papers, followed by comments of our discussant. Now, I'd like to immediately introduce to you the presenter of the first paper on climate transition risk metrics, investigating convergence and estimated risk drivers. And the paper will be presented by Julia Bingler. Julia works at the Council on Economic Policy, where she focuses on climate and environmental risks in financial regulation and monetary policy. And prior to joining the CEP, she was a doctoral researcher at ETH Zurich, working on climate transition risk metrics and decision-useful climate risk disclosures. She co-authored the paper to be presented with Dr. Chiara Colesanti-Senni, also working at the Council on Economic Policy, and she's also a postdoc at the University of Zurich. Julia, thank you for presenting your insightful paper. You have 15 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I will immediately then just share the screen and start with the presentation, because I think you already mentioned most of the institutional setting. I hope that you could properly see it now. Is it working?
Yes, it's working. Thank you.
Okay, great. Just to mention also, in addition to Chiara Colesanti-Senni, this paper has been co-authored with Pierre Monin, who is also working at the Council on Economic Policies. And so it has been an endeavor of the three of us. I will talk about the divergence and convergence of climate risk metrics. And first, I want to start with the reason why we investigated in that topic. So it has been more or less widely acknowledged that climate risks are financial risks that need to be assessed, monitored, and controlled. And they are sort of increasingly considered to be integrated in financial supervision and monetary policy operations, be it from the micro or macroprudential side. However, especially if you move to forward-looking risk metrics in contrast to status quo or backward-looking metrics, we have barely a good understanding yet to whether those different climate risk metrics lead to different risk assessments for the same firm, and also what are the key driving forces in terms of scenarios, underlying methodologies, and modeling choices that might impact the estimation of the transition risk. This also holds for physical climate risks. However, we focused with our contribution, our paper, on the transition risks. So there's other researchers that did similar analysis on physical climate risks. But given that the various data already is complex enough, we started with the transition risks. So what did we do? Basically, we collected a sample of 1,500 firms, the constituents of the MSCI World Index as of January last year, 2020, the year before. Time flies. And we contacted many transition risk metric providers, focusing on forward-looking climate risks or alignment metrics. Of these, 9 were selected to be eligible or comparable enough to participate in our study. And in the end, we asked them to provide us with as much scenario and methodology specifications as possible for the sample of the MSCI World Index firms. And in the end, we gathered a sample of more than 100,000 observations and 69 transition risk metrics of these 9 providers. So we were lucky to collect a very large and rich data set, because in addition, for each metric, we asked the provider to specify the methods, the underlying scenarios, and further modeling choices that sort of were characteristic for their metric. This information we then used afterwards to explain the convergence and divergence of the various risk assessments. So before I start and dig deeper into what we actually did, I just want to give you a quick reminder of why this analysis is a bit complex, or why it's important to understand the individual components of the modeling setup. So in contrast to, for example, status quo data like greenhouse gas emissions, forward-looking data tries to include normally the difference between what's happening now and how the firm or the economy is expected to develop in the future. So usually we have a climate science rooted element, which is the green part of the graph. In order to understand the impact of certain transition pathways rooted in climate science, we need specific assumptions, usually a temperature limit, and also socioeconomic assumptions like the amount of carbon capture storage that will be used, and for example, the shape of the transition, whether it's orderly or disorderly. Then feeding those assumptions into a climate transition model yields to a specific model output, which is then the climate scenario. This climate scenario gives you ideas or information on, when merged then with economic models, the macroeconomic changes and impacts, and or the microeconomic changes and impacts on the firms. So we have top-down elements, we have bottom-up elements, sometimes we have both combined in the various tools. Based on the firm-level economic climate risk indicators, like for example, the emission intensity of revenues or low-emission CapEx, the combination of the climate scenario with the economic model yields to a specific model output. For example, a modeled or expected change in firm profits based on the scenario assumptions. When we then translate that firm level analysis into a financial analysis to aggregate it, for example, in portfolios, we need in addition a third element, which is the financial model. And there we can have various approaches yielding to different outputs. For example, focusing on debt or equities yields different model output requirements. So in the end, we could either have, for example, climate-adjusted value at risk or climate-adjusted probability of default. So having this complexity in mind, we tried to collect the information of the various metric providers on as much as possible the individual elements to be able to understand what drives actually the difference in the results. Is it more the financial modeling part, the economic modeling part, the climate science modeling part? We first started with a convergence analysis. So for each of the metrics we had, we categorized the values into 5 risk categories. So 1 would be the lowest risk, 5 the highest risk. The reason is that the various metric providers have various different ranges and approaches how to report the metrics. Like sometimes it's percentage change, sometimes it's, I don't know, compared or a value between 0 and 100. Sometimes 100 is good, sometimes 100 is bad. So we had to find a way to commonly analyze those various denominations. We then assessed the convergence between the metrics based on 2 different indicators. One was the absolute distance, the average risk category difference across firms. So whether a firm, for example, is rated as lowest risk by one provider and as highest risk by the other. So we would have a difference of 4. Or the agreement rate, which is the percentage of firms in the same risk category of various providers. So for example, if provider 1 says this firm risk is 5 and the other one, or for 10 firms, and it agrees for those 10 firms with provider number 2, we have a high agreement rate for those 10 firms between the 2 providers. The analysis of that in terms of absolute distance and agreement rate was then disaggregated by the various characteristics of the metrics, like the same horizon, like for example analysis until 2040, 2050, 2100, the same temperature target, for example below 1.5 or below 2 degrees or 2 degrees or higher, the shape of the transition, orderly or disorderly, and the output, be it a financial metric, a balance sheet based firm level metric, or something different, a rating, for example. What we observe here is that the scenario and the methodology matter for the coherence across metrics, but in general we also see an indication that all of them, like in terms of absolute distance, are not too informative. In terms of agreement rate, they matter. However, what we also see, which is very important, especially for today's panel topic, is that there's a highly coherence for those firms that are highly exposed to the transition risk. So we see that if we compared the distribution to a random distribution, we see excess frequency, for example, especially for the very high risk and the low risk companies. So that yields us to a first conclusion, which means that even though we observe considerable heterogeneity across the providers, when focusing on highest and lowest risk companies, they tend to converge, which is informative for policymaking and also for financial regulation. We then move to the analysis of the individual metric characteristics and what actually drives the individual differences. The goal of this analysis is twofold. First, to identify the main drivers to be able to better understand the results when you see a certain metric, for example. But second, also to inform policymakers, mainly financial regulators, on which elements need to be disclosed in addition to the estimated risk values, for example, in TCFD analysis, in order to enable third parties to properly understand what's actually what actually is meant with a certain risk metric and what actually drives the risk. So we min-max normalize the individual risk assessments this time in order to bring them to the same scale. And then we do a cross-metric panel OLS across the various metrics that we have with various dependent variables that we ask them for in the metric characteristics questionnaires, be it the temperature target, the time horizon, the output type, the firm targets, the capex, like whether capex is considered or not, and the overall approach, be it bottom up or top down, or a combination. And then we also perform within metrics OLS for those providers where we have multiple metrics by the same provider, because that enables us to dive deeper into the effect of the temperature target, the time horizon, and the transition pathways, with keeping the modeling approach stable. We use a robust outlier specification just to ensure more robust results. So we now move to the analysis results for the across metrics panel OLS, and we see that the modeling approach itself has a considerable impact on the value of the risk assessment. So that gives us a first hint that the output type, which drives the modeling approach, is a very important component to consider when analyzing risk. Second, we also see that forward-looking elements like whether a firm target is considered or capex plans of the firms are considered also increase the estimated risk considerably. We then move to the within metrics analysis that's eligible for 5 providers, where we have the different assumptions about the temperature target, the time horizon, and the transition path. Again, we have similar specification of the individual regressions. And what we find is that the temperature target, the time horizon, and the transition path this time matter for the risk assessment. Like previously, I jumped quickly back, we see that in the analysis, the temperature targets and the time horizon are almost all not statistically significant. Also, the estimated coefficients are considerably lower than for the modeling approaches. And if a tool does not consider a time horizon, that's also probably rather related to the modeling approach than to the time horizon itself. So within the metric, as said, we find that those elements matter. Specifically, we see that a higher temperature target, which lowers the constraint on a company, for some increases, for some decreases the risk. A higher or a longer time horizon is usually associated with more risk, because transition pathways usually assume to be more stringent or require more stringent policies in the future. This means that, in order, for the sake of time, I will be brief. The metrics based on similar scenario and methodologies deliver more similar risk assessments. The metrics converge for the firms that are highly exposed to transition risk, The metric methodology is associated with a change in the estimation of the transition risk. And the scenarios are also associated with a change in the level of risk within the same tool. Thanks a lot, and looking forward to the discussion and first the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Julia, for this insightful presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. It was, of course, not my intention to leave out Pierre Monin from the list of co-authors. I simply did not see him on the program, that's why. But yeah, obviously also to give acknowledgement to him. Thank you very much. Yes, I'd indeed, although I have a list of questions to you, I'd like to move on to our next paper first, which with the title, The Role of Prudential Requirements in Fostering Green Bond Markets, the Experience of Hungary. And the paper will be presented by Dr. Gábor Gyura. Gábor works at the Hungarian Central Bank, where he heads the Sustainable Finance Department. But he is also a part-time academic at the Budapest University of Technology and Economics. Gábor, many thanks for joining us today. Yeah, you have approximately 15 minutes as well. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon to everybody. I will then quickly share my presentation. Okay, could you please confirm whether you can see the slide?
We can see them perfectly, thank you.
Okay, great. Just in a second. Okay, so I will talk about our experience in Hungary. It's a completely different paper than the previous one. I just wish we had so much modeling behind all this, but hopefully my presentation will just underpin how much, let's say, empirical studies are important to underpin sustainable finance policies. It's basically a preliminary draft paper, what I have prepared for this conference. So it might sound like a cliche, but I'd really welcome any comments, critiques, suggestions to basically develop this paper further. And of course, as a disclaimer, whatever I say today is just my personal view and not those of the Central Bank of Hungary. As for the structure of the presentation, the paper, of course, I will very briefly talk about my motivations and objectives, and then I quickly move to some theoretical part between the links, about the links between prudential regulation and greening the financial system. And then I spend most of my time on just explaining what has happened in Hungary. And then finally, I'll try to draw some very, very preliminary conclusions about these first years of experience, about using prudential policies to support the development of the green bond and actually the green finance market. As for the motivations and objectives, of course, I think
Okay.
Claudia, I think you need to...
Moment.
Sorry, Gábor, I think you can keep going.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Oops. Okay, so just like I think in many countries in Europe and also, of course, beyond Europe, we have this sustainable funding gap. It's even, I think this gap exists clearly in Hungary. So it's very important to mobilize private funds also in Hungary to meet climate and other environmental goals. But we also have what I call in the paper, the problem of less developed financial markets. So for instance, in Hungary, we have much smaller and less developed capital markets compared to, for instance, the European average, or especially Western Europe. And there is also evidence for weaker awareness in society among depositors, customers, retail investors. And so basically the question is, can I would say a dominant light touch disclosure-based regulatory approach work in a timely manner in such a country such as Hungary? And of course, we will we need, of course, underpinned policy decisions, underpinned by research, but probably fairly urgently because of the urgency of the problem of climate change. And now we have as I said, some examples from Hungary, but we don't really have sufficient evidence yet to empirically test all the important questions. So then, first, just quickly some theoretic considerations. Of course, the premise is that basically the objective of prudential regulation is given to promote and maintain the sound and efficient financial systems. So the question is how far prudential regulation can go to play a role in the development of and the growing of green bond markets without endangering its original objective. And I guess we can have an assumption that after some point in time, trade-offs are unavoidable, and probably it would be a research topic on its own to analyze such trade-offs when greening might be in conflict with the original objectives of prudential regulation. But of course, there are many elements of prudential regulation which can go hand in hand with growing or encouraging green finance. So now in many countries, also in Hungary, there are supervisory expectations to develop risk management and develop corporate governance of banks, or disclosure requirements are also examples for that. The Brown penalizing factor, maybe that's more debated. I think here the Canadian example will be very interesting. Maybe many of you have heard that there is now a proposal, it has even might have been already approved, that for new fossil fuel loans, basically the highest possible risk weight will be applied in Canada under Pillar 1. But for all of these measures which are listed in this slide, I think, or at least my thinking is that these supervisory or prudential measures could be helpful to decrease brown financing, but there is, I think, very little reason to believe that these prudential measures can really step up green financing. So the question is whether we can go further, and of course this brings us to this green support factor dilemma. And of course, I think we are all aware that there are a lot of reservations and oppositions from many stakeholders, also from researchers. And of course, I think we can group those reservations into two groups. One is basically the question of integrity, and the other question is effectivity. I will just very briefly mention both of these aspects. The question of coherence and integrity. Of course, many argue for good reasons that there is little evidence that green assets come with smaller risks. And of course, if prudential and if, for instance, capital requirements are not based on actual risks of assets, then that could undermine the credibility of the whole prudential regime. Unfortunately, evidence is still scarce and mixed about green assets, but I would like to mention here, of course, energy efficient mortgages, for which I think there is now a growing evidence that these special mortgages come with lower credit risks. But I'm not aware of any other green assets where such fairly conclusive evidence would exist. If anyone knows about such green assets, please let me know. Then again, just very briefly about the question of effectivity, about the green support factor. So basically using especially capital requirements to support green lending or investments in green bonds. Here, many papers quote and refer to the European experience with the SME support factor. But personally, I'm not really convinced that this is relevant here. You might know, of course, that the SME support factor doesn't really seem to have been effective in increasing the supply of loans to SMEs. But for me, this, let's say, analogy doesn't really seem convincing. I won't go into those details because of the lack of time. So now, after this theoretic introduction, I would like to speak about Hungary. As a starting point, in Hungary, just back in 2019, we had I would say, a non-existing green finance market. On this chart, you might see that We didn't have any green bonds at that time in Hungary. And as of the first quarter of 2022, this has sharply risen. It might not be the best metric to compare the stock of green bonds to the GDP. It was for me the quickest comparison basis, and probably it really shows how strong increase we experienced in Hungary. Fortunately, growth was also in other Central Eastern European countries, which is, I think, a very favorable development. Yeah, I think it's again a question on its own, what was helpful in other Central Eastern European countries to which allowed the growth of the green bond market. But in Hungary, it was a set of measures to encourage green finance and especially green bonds. Again, just very quickly, I think it's useful if we a little bit analyze what kind of barriers could exist for the growth of green bond markets, especially in less developed financial markets. So for instance, in Hungary, I can list 4 elements here. I already mentioned underdeveloped capital markets in general. So for instance, we had a very little bond market, a general bond market just a couple of years ago. Then there was little awareness and capacities about green finance within the financial sector. And on this chart, you can see a survey made by the central bank among Hungarian commercial banks. And basically, it was done in 2020, and more than 20% of banks didn't identify any opportunities related to climate change or sustainability, and just like 12% of banks identified any opportunities in relation to green bonds, just as an example about the low level of awareness. And I could mention in other elements of the survey, but I don't really have the time for that. Instead, let me mention another barrier in Hungary, which might be also characteristic in other Eastern European countries. We have a very low penetration of ESG mutual funds. It was in 2020 less than 1% compared to the whole total mutual fund segment. And again, I won't have time to go into details, but many surveys show that in Hungary, customers appear to be less responsible, which is also a barrier from a demand perspective from like depositors or retail investors. But by the end of 2021, in Hungary, the green corporate bond market, after a lot of issuance, it reached 10% of the total Hungarian corporate bond market, which compares to estimated average in Europe of 3.5%. I hope this data is accurate. The Hungarian one is accurate. And when it comes to green covered bonds issued by banks in Hungary, banks exceeded 8.7% of share as a proportion of the total covered bond market, which compares to a European average of 1.2%. So there is apparently a big growth in Hungary. And I think it's very easy to believe that this was very much attributed to a set of monetary policy and prudential measures, which I will just briefly mention in the next slides. This is what was introduced by the Central Bank of Hungary. We introduced some prudential measures. I will talk about those. I won't really mention monetary policy, but they were also important. There was a general corporate bond asset purchase scheme, which helped to grow the bond market itself. There was no green element there, and there is a dedicated green covered bond purchase scheme by the central bank. And there are also other, let's say, non-prudential and non-monetary policy measures by the Central Bank of Hungary. But I will just continue on the capital requirement incentives, which is probably the most debated topic. And I'm aware that I think there is few support for this policy measure. But hopefully the Hungarian experience will be also informing this debate in Europe or beyond Europe. So in Hungary in 2020, we introduced capital requirement incentives linked to green lending and to green bond investments by banks, both in the retail and in the corporate segment. Basically, the discount is a deduction from the SREP capital requirement under Pillar 2, and banks can apply a lower or higher discount depending on the green criteria of the asset. For assets in line with the EU taxonomy, they can apply the higher discount. The reason is that there is much stronger documentation requirements about the borrower or the project, and I think it's fairly easy to see that with EU taxonomy assets, even less transition risks can rise, while with less green assets, there is this smaller discount. And importantly, from a financial stability point of view, the total possible discount is capped. In the retail segment, energy efficient mortgages are eligible for this discount, and in the corporate segment, basically green bonds and green loans. And importantly, in the corporate segment, there is no assumption that green assets come with lower risks, but basically the rationale is that altogether such a encouraging factor will or could lead to reducing the transition risk in bank balance sheet. So altogether, the more green assets banks hold, the less transition risk will be there in bank balance sheet. So that's basically the reasoning behind. There is also a liquidity regulation incentive, but I won't mention this in lack of time, but rather let's see what happened and whether and how we will be able to really evaluate the effectiveness of measures. In the retail segment, of course, we will need I would say several years of track record to really be able to empirically test whether energy efficient mortgages were better from a credit risk perspective. In the corporate segment, we've been tracking the banking sector's total transition risks with many metrics, and there are some very early positive signs that the carbon intensity of the banking sector's balance sheets have improved, but it's not evident that this is already the result of the measures. But just 2 slides about the growth. This is a chart about how quickly green loans have risen compared to the growth in the total corporate loan segment, and there are similar patterns in the green bond pattern. And even more importantly, banks are clearly the most important investors of green bonds, probably due to the incentive. And basically, just finally, I know that I'm over my time. I have just 2 more slides. So first of all, the lessons, and again, I want to go into all the details. Interestingly, the question of green defaults arise. We haven't experienced any green default, but once you encourage with regulation green lending or green bond investments, then also you somehow need to regulate what happens if there is a green default. Secondly, data issues. We also experience that, of course, especially for green covered bonds, access to data or EPC data of properties is key. And I think it's also a possible role for the regulator to help access to data for bank issuers. The more data banks have about assets, that's also, I think, helpful for financial stability. And finally, ambition in greenness. So far, banks have been less willing to use the EU taxonomy in lending. Hopefully, this will change, but it might also be a question of calibration. And this is my final slide. So first of all, so far, I would say we can say that thanks to a combination of monetary policy and prudential measures, in Hungary, the green bond market has been jump-started. We cannot really assess the overall financial stability implications of this green capital requirement scheme without sufficient history. There is some evidence about the greening of bank balance sheets, which is promising. But so much about integrity of the prudential regime, but about effectiveness, I think it appears, evidence so far that such a green support factor can be effective to jumpstart the market. And that's why I would say that we shouldn't above all or per se exclude such green support factor measures. That's basically what we see from the first couple of years of experience. And thank you for your attention, and really comments are very much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabor, for this rich presentation of a very dense paper with a lot of aspects that we will hopefully be able to discuss. Thank you very much. I'd like to, in light of progressing time, I'd like to immediately pass the word to our discussant of today, Claudia Paschini. Claudia works at the Italian Banking Association, where she heads the Risks, Controls and Sustainability Department. Claudia, great that you are here today. We much look forward to your comments. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity, and we had two very interesting papers I read carefully, and so immediately some comments on the first paper. It's an interesting research field for different reasons, but particularly because it takes the forward-looking nature of indicators. This is what banks are looking for. Forward-looking indicators able to predict under certain scenarios not only firms' ESG performance, but ESG-related financial performance, and first of all, climate change-related financial risks and also opportunities. So thank you really much for your paper. And future research developments particularly interesting for banks could be the following. I mean, it's understandable that this paper and also other papers are focusing on ways, on methods to detect if the metrics converge on the most exposed firms. But the industry needs also to come up with something to detect the less exposed one. I wonder if reading the data you have from a different perspective, or maybe adding other metrics, there could be some results showing that the forward-looking metric converge also on firms that become less risky due to their good ESG profile and good climate change risk profile. It is important to identify firms that due to their actual or prospective good ESG profiles have a high probability to become less risky. Otherwise, the message would be banks cannot able to take into account improved performances of their counterparties, lower financial risk in the ESG world, and they are only able to stigmatize the better performance, higher financial risk. And I think this could hamper in a certain way the transition. The kind of approach, this kind of approach could also be useful in respect to the EBA mandate under Article 501 in the CRR. The mandate is, quotation, assess if a dedicated prudential treatment of exposure related to assets or activities subject to impacts from environmental and or social factors would be justified. And in our view, a dedicated prudential treatment encompasses also an adjustment or a reduction if there are strong evidences of exposures that have positive impacts from environmental and or social factors and therefore become less risky. But we need metrics to capture this. We are very interested in these metrics because at the Italian Banking Association, we presented 2 amendments to the CRR proposing the introduction of a mechanism called Sustainable Adjustment Factor. One amendment is for mortgages and the other one is for all other exposure. Mortgages like the Hungarian one, the energy efficiency mortgages. We do not have time today, but basically the SAF, we call it this way, Sustainable Adjustment Factor, is a small reduction in the risk-weighted assets applicable only to certain sustainable exposure classes. These suitable exposures need to be connected to a special subset of taxonomy-aligned economic activities. And the subset are the one that shows a reduced prospective financial risk. Who and how should this subset be identified? In our proposal by EBA or GSR, I don't know, it's not important, it's a centralized institution solution. And how? Using sample of the different kind of economic activities subdivided into aligned to the taxonomy and not aligned. On these samples, one sample for each economic activity in the taxonomy, forward-looking metrics should be applied in order to verify if there is a reduced prospective financial risk for the part of the sample aligned to the taxonomy. Where this reduced prospective financial risk is identified, we could argue that this reduced risk is also the case for out of the sample exposures connected to the kind of economic activity they are taxonomy aligned. For this reason, we proposed the sustainable adjustment factor, and also at the European Banking Federation, there is some interest for this measure. It's a small and temporary adjustment of risk-weighted asset, but we restrict the proposal to those suitable exposures that I have explained before, and therefore the SAF is risk-driven measures, and then this is an understandable important characteristics for supervisors. So SAF is risk-driven, whereas the green supporting factor is not. So a question to Julia is, I wonder if you could share your views on the suggestion to look at the convergence on metrics on less risky firms. Thank you. And in respect to the second paper, it describes an experience that is absolutely in line with the SAF proposal. There are differences. For example, SAF acts on Pillar 1, whereas the Hungarian measure on Pillar 2. SAF could be applicable also to exposure not only in the form of mortgages, and in Hungarian it's different. What is really interesting in the Hungarian experiences is that it's an experience of proactive supervisory approach that balances the need to protect financial stability with the need to act now, especially for climate change issues, giving direction and impulse for future long-term sustainable business models. I am aware of studies that show that the effects of the green supporting factor is too limited to stimulate new projects for the transition, but it's a signal, exactly the kind of signal that we need to mainstream sustainable and transition finance, avoiding scaring future scenarios. And the preliminary results of Gabor and his colleagues are in this direction. So really, thank you for your paper. Some suggestions I would appreciate to better explain the criteria for the second layer not linked to the taxonomy, the 5% discount. What does exactly mean less strict green definition? And in respect to the questions of other asset class having better risk characteristics, I believe the work of Professor Zara of SDA Bocconi in Milan on circular economy related assets could be of some interest. Your paper suggests me an idea to refine the sustainable adjustment factor with a cap mechanism like the one you proposed. Further work, actually it's more a call for paper for everybody, not specific for Gabor, but it's connected to this paper somehow. As you know, the Platform for Sustainable Finance has released a paper that stresses the importance of financial transition from the so-called red area to the amber area and to the green one. Consider for a moment the exposures generated to support financially the transition plans from one area to the other. All other conditions being equal, will these exposures show to be less risky than exposures that are static in this respect? Asking for financial support for the transition maybe could mean being a more vital firm with a sound business plan and a firm better positioned in the competitive arena in the future scenario. Could this be the case? And how can we simulate this? Could they deserve a differential and beneficial prudential treatment like the energy efficient mortgages in Hungary? Do you believe that it is an appetite for something similar after the good experience you had for the energy efficient mortgages? And then just the final contribution in respect to the SMEs supporting factor. Actually, we have some paper that shows that at the EU level, SMEs, thanks to the SME supporting factor, had better access to bank lending, both in absolute terms and compared to larger firms. And maybe we can share both the amendments and these other papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for these insightful comments, and for I think you did a fabulous job in tying these two very different papers together and finding a common denominator. So thank you very much for that. I would like to open the floor to, or like give our two speakers the word to respond, and maybe I'll first pass the word to you, Julia to respond to Claudia's comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the very considerate and yeah, generally positive comments. That's also very helpful for us to know, like from a research side, that the analysis we do are important for practice, and that's really a key motivating factor of why we launched into that topic. Thanks a lot for the suggestion on analyzing more in depth the convergence on the least exposed firms. So what we see in our analysis is that the convergence is less than for the most exposed firms, but if taking the first and second quintile together, for example, then it's also reasonably high. So we understand that this difference is probably mainly driven by the fact that exposure itself or risk could be measured in terms of exposure, but also in terms of adaptability. And those metrics that include adaptability in terms of the firm level targets for the future or the CapEx plans, they tend to deliver higher risk assessments. So we think that most of the convergence or the lower convergence at the least exposed firms is driven by the fact that some of them are less exposed now, but might be more exposed in the future if you do not consider like firms' targets or CapEx plans. And on the other hand side, there's firms that are more exposed now, but have reasonably good CapEx plans for the future that might be aligned with the climate targets. So there's a like that's why it's really important to understand the modeling approach behind that, because you could be very exposed now, but have high adaptability, which reduces your over risk, or you are not very exposed now, have low adaptability, which also increases your risk then. So it's a very good suggestion to dig deeper into that, because we didn't analyze that in depth yet. I will definitely talk to Chiara and Pierre about like launching a bit deeper into that topic. Yeah, and I'm sorry that I couldn't fully answer your questions now for the moment.
Thank you very much, Julia. I'll pass the word immediately to Gabor to respond.
Yeah, sure. I'm also really grateful for all the comments, and I really look forward also to if you can send all the documents that you mentioned, that would really be appreciated. And I think you had the question about what's the second layer of green assets which are just eligible for the smaller discount. It's easy when it comes to green bonds. So a green bond issued according to the ICMA's green bond principles or according to the climate bond standards can apply for this lower discount. And if a green bond, well, the future EU green bond, or already now, if a green bond uses as the eligible assets the EU taxonomy, that would also be eligible for this higher discount. But so far, no such bonds have been issued in Hungary. So that's again one example where so far only this, I would say, well, green, but less than, still less than the EU taxonomy assets were there. I will also mention what is the treatment with loans, even though, of course, this is a conference mainly about green bonds. The difference in loans is basically that we don't expect documented alignment with the do no significant harm principle. So basically, the underlying definition is the same for a green loan. They need to, it's derived from the EU taxonomy, but the do no significant harm principle does not need to be complied with. That's why it was simplified, because many banks complied and complained that it's overly difficult for them to especially in the time when the EU taxonomy was still under the development, to make sure that the borrowers are in line with the EU taxonomy because of all the documentation requirements. And again, thanks for all the suggestions how to develop the paper further.
Thanks a lot, Gabor. And I would like to open the floor for any questions that our audience might have. Okay, I'm interested actually in hearing your opinion, Gabor and Julia, on what Claudia suggested, or the Italian Banking Federation, to introduce a sustainable adjustment factor. I like this idea because it really does combine the idea of moving forward, it's a green transition, while staying sort of within the risk-based framework of prudential requirements, and that's also sort of comparable to what Hungary appears to be pursuing. So perhaps, Gabor, could you give us your take on this idea?
Yeah, well, to be totally honest, I haven't heard about this concept yet, but yeah, just what I have just heard is really, really promising. So sounds like a great compromise between all the various factors, which I tried to present also in my paper. So still keeping the integrity of the prudential regime, but somehow still giving this encouragement. So I will definitely just check everything what is already available about this concept. It's really promising, and I'm really grateful that this was raised during this conference.
And perhaps the question to you and Claudia, do you think that prudential, sort of on the basis of what we see happening in Hungary, do you think that prudential regulation can actually go further in actively aiding the green transition than it happens now in the EU? Sort of, could we take Hungary as a blueprint, you think, in a way to become more, to develop more active sort of prudential regulatory approach?
Of course, it will be great, but of course, we try to be really careful. I think these measures were really brave, so a little bit we run ahead of all the empirical work and the policy discussions. It's also, I would say now, it's a temporary framework. We are, of course, still looking at what is happening at the EU level. And we try to analyze as we get more and more data about what is really happening in the markets, and my colleagues will be running a lot of tests and to see whether this is really good also from a financial stability perspective. So yes, the short answer is, yeah, it would be great if this could inspire the whole EU discussion, but I think everything is still very, very preliminary. Just we've seen just first 2 or 3 years of experience, and it's really a very complex topic. And just one more lesson, of course, markets are not the same. Even with the EU, we have the single market, we have the single rule book, but I think there are very huge differences still in terms of sustainable finance, especially about the maturity of markets between, for instance, Benelux countries and Hungary. Yeah, but still, hopefully, this can inform also the EU debate, what is happening in Hungary.
Yes, if I may, I also hope that this debate will, in a certain way, support our proposal. I mean, what is really the mantra of supervisor is risk-driven, to be risk-driven. So, I mean, we can maybe not support, but understand something we are hearing in the field of sticks for brown exposures, but then we should also see something carrots for the better one, for the greener one. So it must be a balance in this respect. So I hope that the debate will be in this direction. And the experience Gabor shared, it's a very interesting one. Thank you.
Yes, I think so too. Thank you very much. I have one more question for Gabor and one for Julia, if I may. I'm looking at the organizers. Do we have time for that? Okay, thank you very much. So maybe I'll just continue with you, Gabor, since we are already talking. You spoke about, you had very little time during your presentation. You explored it more in your paper, but what really triggered me was this idea of having to deal with the risk of green default, and how the Hungarian regime sort of potentially deals with that risk. And maybe you want to take a few minutes to just briefly explain what you mean by that and how it could work out in practice. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And it's another example where I wouldn't say that we have done a complete job. So the problem, in short, is that, of course, in order for banks to be eligible for the discount, they need to provide evidence that this is a green bond with a second-party opinion. And basically, we have whose second-party opinion we accept. That's also regulated. And the question but that's a starting point when the bank is buying the green bond. And the question arose very quickly. Okay, what happens in year 2, year 3? What happens if there is a green default? How will we know if there is a green default unless there are these, for instance, allocation report, impact report, all the things that will be regulated by the EU Green Bond Standard. But today, we don't really have regulation for those. And the big theoretical question was how much we can expect banks as investors to monitor, let's say, compliance with the green bond promises. Could we incentivize somehow banks to act as basically to be engaged issuers to make sure that really issuers meet their promises? It's very difficult because I think banks are just investors, but it would be great if they could provide such a demand side pressure on issuers. So it's now regulated in a very simplistic way. Basically, banks lose this discount if the bond, if there's a green default. But I think this is something we need to elaborate further.
Interesting. Thanks a lot. Yeah, all these follow-up questions to the introduction of such a regime. I imagine it's a lot of work. Thanks a lot for sharing your experience with us. I have a question for you, Julia, and I apologize in advance for perhaps being very naive in asking. But when I read your paper, I was actually struck by a finding that you didn't elaborate much on, and I'm just going to highlight it. You find that for some providers, that actually the ranking of firms in terms of transition risk is not sort of significantly influenced by the scenario horizon transition path that underlie the different metrics of the provider. So it seems that these dimensions do not have a large impact on firms' rankings. And that felt quite counterintuitive to me. Do you have an explanation for that finding? Is it just due to methodological limitations, or is there actually something behind that you may have an idea about?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like this finding that it's not consistent across all providers that the scenario have an influence. That struck us as well a lot because we started this analysis with the assumption that the scenario temperatures and the time horizon would be the major drivers. And what we find basically is that even if there are some drivers within the same provider, they are not the major drivers for analysis across the different providers. And you're definitely right in highlighting that that this is a surprising finding. To us, what was like we then were able to track that back to the underlying methodology, like for example, as said before, whether a company only uses a provider only assesses the risk exposure or also the adaptation in terms of climate transition plans of the individual firm or the capex plans. And also the difference in the various outputs that they provide. So some of them provide, for example, value at risk, so equity-based or equity-focused risk measures. Some of them provide rather probability of default, so rather debt-based measures. And some of them provide a firm-based ranking or balance sheet effects. So balance sheet effects would be, for example, the impact on the firm level revenues and costs without the financial indicator. And in addition, like those gap or score-based metrics that rather show alignment or misalignment with specific climate targets that are also not financial metrics by itself. So we see that the main difference is the modeling assumption and the type of output. That's also why we say, in addition to stating the scenario and the time horizon of the analysis in the TCFD metrics and targets section, for example, you definitely need to state what is the methodology underlying what are the key elements you consider in addition to those scenario or climate-related developments, because they have a huge influence on the outcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. This makes a lot of sense, and I think it sort of feeds nicely into your conclusion that obviously users of this information should always be aware of the metrics and the methodologies that are being used. So yeah, thank you very much. I think it's hugely important, hugely interesting research that you're conducting, and we are looking forward to reading more of it. I'm looking at the organizers. I think it's time to close this session, and I would like to thank both our presenters and our discussant for this excellent discussion. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Soraya.
Chair.
Thank you to all the presenters and the discussant. I just confirm that we shall reconvene here in 50 minutes because we have our last panel, panel 4, on green bonds and monetary policy, starting at 2 and chaired by my co-organizer for this conference, Dr. Agnieszka Smolenska. See you all in 50 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, so here we are back at our conference. We have our last panel, but I by no means would say the least, because we are confronting the point where the micro meets the macro perspective. For chairing and conducting this panel, we will have Agnieszka Smolenska, who is the sustainable finance researcher at the Polish Academy of Science. She also has a PhD at the European University Institute, and she's an associate researcher. She's a member of the Associate Researchers Group at the European Banking Institute. And most important, she's the co-organizer of this event together with me. So Agnieszka, I hand over to you to just introduce our panel. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to our fourth panel today, where, as David has said, we'll be diving into the green bond aspects of monetary policy. We've already had in the last session aspects of, let's say, regulatory or public authority incentives towards development of the green sustainable bond markets across the EU. I'm really happy to welcome our speakers. So we will have as the first panel, as the first presenters, Eli Anastopoulou from the EBI and Potamis Veklis, and Dr. Basil Skouteris from Bank of Greece. Secondly, we'll have Chiara Colesanti-Segni presenting a joint paper with Florian Böser from Zurich. And the discussion of the session is Sarah Jane Hlaskova-Murphy, a friend of the EBI Sustainable Finance Initiatives, I think at this point we can say. So without further ado, I understand that it will be Ellie presenting the first paper, right? So please take the floor. Yes. Please share your slides.
Can you make available the share, Agnieszka? I cannot share it yet.
Yes. Okay. I think this is the host. Otherwise, I have your. Unfortunately, I cannot share neither. So
now it's available.
Okay, great. So we have our angel floating above us. And...
Exactly.
Thanks, Claudia.
So I think you can all see the PowerPoint, right? Correct?
Yes.
Yes,
good.
That's right.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, thank you, Agnieszka. Thank you for the invitation and the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Ellie and I will take turns in summarizing some of the main points of our paper. But before we start, we want to commence with the following broader context observation. When the EBI sent out this call for papers earlier this year, It was the step-by-step transition to a new post-COVID normal that presented the main challenge for central banks around the world. Now, since then, and because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the forecast for activity and inflation and their respective central bank choices have been further complicated and in ways that were unimaginable until very recently. So our paper seeks nonetheless to offer some insights into the permitted desired role of the ECB regarding green bonds and sustainable investments, and comprises of 6 sections. We first lay the contours of where we currently stand and revisit the question of the ECB's primary and secondary objectives. We then deal with green bonds in the context of outright purchases, discuss the so-called green TLTROs, and examine issues regarding adjustments to the Eurosystem collateral framework. And finally, we touch upon sustainable investments in the Eurosystem non-monetary policy portfolios and ECB's foreign reserves, with our conclusions following immediately thereafter. Now, given the prescribed time allotment of 15 minutes per paper, we must unfortunately forgo the first 2 sections that are devoted to the why the ECB could or should act question, and go directly to the what can be done parts. We have, however, kept the respective slides of our presentation so that we may perhaps revisit them in the Q&A, and will only wish to highlight for the present purposes 3 things. A, the ECB has recently committed, through an action plan following conclusion of the ECB strategy review, to incorporating climate change consideration in its monetary policy framework, citing inter alia the profound implications that climate change has on price stability. B, the Eurosystem central banks have also newly agreed on a common stance regarding sustainable investments in non-monetary policy portfolios. And C, while primary responsibility to act on climate change undeniably rests with national governments and parliaments, there is scope for central banks to take action within their mandates, and the ECB is attempting to do just that. Now, with the above in mind, let's first take a look at outright purchases. It is recalled that the Eurosystem currently conducts purchases, whether net or henceforth mostly reinvestment purchases, under 5 different programs which are shown in the slide. Considering now that government bonds and supranational bonds represent the bulk of the purchases under the APP and the PEPP, and that the European Commission will seek to raise up to 30% of the next generation EU funds through the issuance of green bonds, and has already started doing so, one should perhaps first refer to such supranational bonds as a central avenue for greening, or should I say further greening, the Eurosystem purchase program. In view, however, of the ECB action plan and the respective emphasis on the CSPP, we focus more on this program and more specifically on the construction of green benchmarks in order to tilt or steer purchases of corporate securities towards green or away from high polluting issuers. What is a benchmark, and what does the market neutral CSPP benchmark entail? In the asset purchases context, benchmarks influence the scope and breadth of each purchase program by guiding the relative proportion of purchasable assets in each asset category, and are thus one of the several design features of this program. The market neutral benchmark applied thus far essentially entails that the ECB purchases corporate securities in proportion to the relative market capitalization, which in turn results in a carbon intensive CSPP portfolio. Now, is the open market economy principle enshrined in this treaty and this market neutrality concept one and the same? Phrased differently, is market neutrality an unavoidable legal and operational requirement for ECB action? For the reasons explained in our paper, the answer is a clear no. As to the possible alternative benchmarks, ECB Executive Board member Isabel Schnabel has recently proposed replacing market neutrality by a market efficiency principle, meaning that perhaps a benchmark based on asset values that internalize externalities could be used. Another alternative would arguably be a Paris-aligned CSPP benchmark, meaning a benchmark drawing certain features from either the more ambitious Paris-aligned benchmark or the more modest climate transition benchmark of the EU benchmarks regulation, even though the said regulation does not apply to central banks. Having said that, the first thing to underline here is that off-the-shelf solutions do not exist in this context, and that any CSPP-specific benchmark would have to be skillfully adjusted so as to adequately account for the monetary policy rationale and the specificities of outright purchases, and not lead to unwarranted effects, such as, for instance, an exclusion of a significant part of a currently eligible euro area corporates from future purchases and/or disinvestments. This entails both operational and legal challenges, and as regards the latter, we argue that the choice of a legal basis for the application of the new benchmark, do we rely on the primary objective, the secondary objective, combination of both, and the safeguarding of the proportionality principle are amongst the most significant, and perhaps we can return to these questions in the Q&A session. Ellie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Basil. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us now turn to the possible ways of expanding green credit by employing targeted longer-term refinancing operations conditioned on green lending, the so-called green TLTROs. TLTROs support the transmission of monetary policy as they provide longer-term financing to banks with favorable borrowing conditions so as to encourage them to lend to the real economy. It is in this context that Jans van Cluster and Rens van Tilburg have advocated that in order to make bank lending greener, the ECB should initiate green TLTROs, in which a preferential interest rate, lower than the regular LTRO rate, will apply. This preferential interest rate will be determined based on two factors. First, on the total volume of taxonomy-compliant lending of banks, and second, on the volume of new loans granted by the banks. Now, green TLTROs clearly constitute a monetary policy instrument, being a credit operation, and would share the same main monetary policy objectives of the existing TLTROs. Nonetheless, the ECB has justifiably concluded that there is not just yet fertile ground to sow the seed of green TLTROs, in view of the significant legal and operational obstacles in their implementation. From a legal perspective, green TLTROs are very likely to give rise to level playing field issues, given that the transition to a carbon neutral economy, first, does not advance at the same pace in all member states, and second, the distribution of potential green borrowers is asymmetric across the EU jurisdictions, thereby affecting the volume of loans available to banks that would qualify for this preferential interest rate. Now, having said that, we would argue that the said level playing field concerns could be addressed, provided that the preferential interest rate would take into account not only the volume of taxonomy-compliant loans and the volume of new loans, but also the availability of taxonomy-compliant borrowers in each jurisdiction. We acknowledge nonetheless the operational complexity of this proposal. In any event, the hurdles for implementing green TLTROs are greater from an operational perspective. The reporting and disclosure obligations under the taxonomy regulation and its delegated acts will feed information required to determine this preferential interest rate. However, the taxonomy universe is not yet complete, whereas disclosure obligations are not yet fully applicable. Moreover, a universally accepted verification system to ensure that borrowers will indeed use green credit for green projects is still lacking. It is therefore questionable whether green TLTROs could, at least at the current juncture, be effectively implemented. However, and this is very important, given that the net and reinvestment purchases under the current asset purchase programs will at some point end, the door to green TLTROs should not be completely closed, and as climate change remains a long-term issue. Let us now turn to possible adjustments in relation to the ECB's collateral framework. To start with an adjustment already implemented before the conclusion of the ECB strategy review, the ECB has decided to expand the pool of eligible assets by accepting sustainability-linked bonds, SLBs, as collateral. These bonds feature coupon structures linked to certain sustainability performance targets. This decision is important, inter alia, because it aligned the treatment between marketable and non-marketable assets accepted as collateral, signifying the level playing field considerations which fed into the decision and are expected to play a role in moving forward. Further potential changes to the collateral framework could include a steering or tilting of the allocation of the Eurosystem's assets accepted as collateral towards low-carbon sectors, thereby granting a preferential treatment to taxonomy-compliant assets compared to non-compliant assets. Before examining such steering, we should recall here that the Eurosystem credit operations with banks can take place only against adequate collateral. And this has been interpreted as entailing two objectives. First, in the event of a counterparty default, the Eurosystem central banks should be able, from a legal standpoint, to realize all security provided as collateral in such a way as to entitle them to realize value for the credit provided. Second, it entails that the existence of broad-based collateral is a prerequisite for the smooth conduct of monetary policy. In light of these, although a certain steering or tilting would arguably be desirable from an environmental perspective, its practical implementation in the collateral framework poses significant challenges. Foremost, save the complexities linked to the taxonomy universe not yet being complete, the Eurosystem risk control measures currently in place reflect risks associated with the potential default of counterparties. Taxonomy, on the other hand, is not primarily risk-oriented, and taxonomy compliance does not mean that assets meet the minimum credit quality requirements of the Eurosystem. In other words, taxonomy compliance cannot, in and of itself, render collateral eligible that would otherwise not be, nor should it lead to large-scale exclusions of issuer categories, as this might well expose ECB and NCBs to credit risk. So the permitted scope of adjusting the risk control framework or eligibility criteria in order to grant this preferential treatment to taxonomy compliant assets, it's narrower than some might envision. Despite the hurdles, the Eurosystem should not stand idle, but should further enhance its analytical capacity and explore pragmatic solutions, while EU legislation and industry practices evolve. This is under the proviso, however, that any such measures, be they in the form of collateral limits for specific counterparties, haircut add-ons for high emitters or otherwise, are carefully assessed from a risk, monetary policy and legal perspective.
Now, in closing, we turn our attention in our paper to two areas that have so far attracted less attention in the ongoing debate, namely in the Eurosystem of non-monetary policy portfolios and ECB foreign reserves. These go beyond the strict confines of this panel's focus on monetary policy, but they certainly fit well within the overall theme of today's conference, so we were very much tempted to present both. Again, in the interest of time, we have decided to forego the analysis of the ECB foreign reserves and only devote 2 minutes to Eurosystem non-monetary policy portfolios. Now, regarding these, the main driver behind any climate change-related action boils down to the central banks to practice what they preach. Now, in our opinion, there are 3 factors that should be highlighted here. First, investment portfolios and staff pension portfolios, meaning the 2 main components of these euro-denominated non-monetary policy portfolios, each have by their nature distinct characteristics. While investment portfolios typically prioritize return to help the NCBs cover the NCB's operating expenses within predetermined risk tolerance levels, staff pension portfolios are managed on behalf and for the benefit of their beneficiaries, with a corresponding fiduciary duty and a longer-term investment horizon. Second, these portfolios and operations are part and parcel of the NCB's national competences, which also means that the Eurosystem NCBs have or may have different mandates and objectives for the respective portfolios. Third, the impact and feasibility of the 5 commonly identified SRI strategies, namely exclusions, negative screening, best in class, ESG integration, impact investing, and voting and engagement, vary significantly for each of the main assets used for such portfolios, meaning government bonds, SSAs, corporate bonds, and equities. Considering the above, it becomes clear that what might be perceived from an outside perspective as a simple or straightforward exercise, with the argument that central banks are free of their monetary policy mandates or constraints when investing on their own account, is actually anything but. In fact, it is the reasons, factors highlighted above, along with a few others, which call for and explain the stepwise and cautious approach adopted by the Eurosystem central banks, and the emphasis currently given to disclosures and a better understanding of climate risks. In addition, the legal and reputational risk associated with greenwashing, however unintentional this might be, are in our view significantly more acute in the case of public institutions serving the public good, as are central banks, than they are for private actors or companies. So whilst calls for swifter and more decisive action, inter alia in the form of more concrete ESG integration commitments, might be warranted, the criticism that Eurosystem central banks remain in their ivory towers is based on false assumption and is unjustified. To sum up and conclude, the ECB is both within its mandate and has generally good reasons to further incorporate climate change consideration into its monetary policy framework, but cannot be expected to do the equivalent of whatever it takes. The ECB action plan thus constitutes a valid compromise between doing too much and doing too little, even if such criticisms are bound to persist. And finally, going forward, a prudent, meaning also differentiated, stepwise approach is of critical importance in both the monetary policy framework and as regards Eurosystem non-monetary policy portfolios and ECB foreign reserves. We thank you for your attention, and for those interested, our full paper will be available post this event.
Thank you so much, Basil and Ellie. It was a very interesting presentation. Thank you also for staying mindful of the time. And now, without much further ado, I pass the floor on to Chiara, who should be able to share.
No, unfortunately not.
Any second now, then.
Now I can.
Magic.
Or not. Second, still not one.
We can see it now.
Great. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really glad to have the opportunity to present this work today. I don't know why it's I think the flow of the presentation flows actually really well because thanks to Ellie, I already got my introduction about what green TLTROs would be, and mostly a way broader understanding on their real implication than what I said in my paper, because this is much more on the theoretical side. So in this work, which is with Florian Böser, we look at this potential implementation of green monetary policy, where the central bank adopts a differentiated interest rate in its lending facility to banks, and the choice of the interest rate in our model depends on the pollution content of the portfolio of banks. So climate risks, both physical and transition risk, are by now recognized as a source of financial risks, and this has been argued by several policymakers, which have suggested that markets do not price climate risk appropriately yet, which would mean that we are in the presence of a market failure that could arise from several issues, such as lack of knowledge, barriers to information acquisition, or an horizon misalignment between the private and the public sector. So in this context, it has been increasingly argued that an engagement from all market participants, and in particular by financial institutions and central banks, would be needed. And these, at least from the side of central banks, could take several forms, such as the support to research in the development, for instance, of climate risk metrics, but also regulation, information disclosure, or elimination of the market mispricing. So the market mispricing could be eliminated or mitigated through targeted policies. And the proposition that we developed in this paper is for central banks to introduce climate risk adjusted refinancing operations, which is basically the equivalent of the green TLTROs that Ellie talked about, but the discriminating factor will not be the EU taxonomy, but rather the emission intensity or the carbon risk of the companies. So the mechanism would work as follows. The central bank prices liquidity provision to banks depending on the exposure of their bank portfolios to climate risk. And this implies that investment with a high exposure to climate risk would lead to higher refinancing costs for banks. So this way, the policy of the central bank generates incentive for banks to invest more into less climate risk exposed companies. So we focus on an environment where there is a disagreement about the transition risk between the government, which includes the central bank, and private actors. As I mentioned already, this alignment could arise, for instance, from a different horizon perspective. So, but in general, this implies that according to the central bank, in the decentralized economy, the allocation of resources is suboptimal and too much loans are allocated to riskier companies. So what we want to investigate in our paper is what is the effect of the different belief between the government and the private sectors on the allocation in the economy, and what is the optimal monetary policy in the presence of these belief differences. In the paper, we also have two extensions related to climate risk mitigation technologies and financial stability concerns, but for the sake of time, I will not cover that today. So to answer our research questions, we developed a model in which the economy is populated by 4 agents, so households, firms, banks, and the central bank. And there are 2 goods, the capital goods and the consumption goods. As usual, households are endowed with the capital good and consume, whereas firms use the capital good to produce the consumption good. We focus on a monetary economy, which means that all trades are settled instantaneously by using deposits, which are the only medium of exchange in our model. So why do we need banks? So the reason is that we need to assume that firms can only obtain financing through banks, because that's how we model the refinancing operations. To justify this assumption, though, we need a friction such that firms and households cannot directly engage in trades. And as it's pretty standard in the literature, the assumption is that firms suffer from moral hazard, so they cannot commit to repay the capital that they get, and they could just get the capital and run away with it. And banks are the only agents in the economy that have the technology to monitor firms. So banks are the only agents financing firms. And we focus on the most simple case where banks can ensure the full repayment and the monitoring costs are 0. We also introduce a central bank in our framework, and that's because banks are funded with equity and deposits. And as I said, deposits are the only medium of exchange in the economy. But agents in the economy engage in transactions, which implies a deposit flow among the banks. And this deposit flow needs to be settled at the central bank with reserves. But banks can only get the reserve from the central bank, and so they need to borrow the reserve from the central bank. Let me briefly guide you through the behavior of the different agents, which will allow us to model the optimal monetary policy. So households are pretty standard, and we focus on a representative household who sell its capital goods endowment to firms. So since we are in a monetary economy, the revenues from selling the capital goods take the form of deposits. And these deposits can be invested into bank equity or can be held as a deposit. And the two assets might generate different returns for the households. Since we assume that the utility of the households is linear in consumption, only the expected return matters, and the households will invest all the funds in the assets which yields the highest expected rate of return. Moving now to firms, we model two firms, so riskless and risky firms, meaning firms that are exposed to climate risk and which are not exposed to climate risk. And we focus on transition risk, which is represented by, let's say, the introduction of a new environmental regulation. So related to the introduction or not of a new environmental regulation, two scenarios can realize: the business as usual, where no regulation is introduced, and the transition scenario. So while firms produce with a similar production function, the assumption is that the productivity of a riskless firm is deterministic, whereas the productivity of risky firms is stochastic and depends on the scenario that realizes. And so since firms are penniless, they demand loan from banks to purchase the capital goods that they need for production. And they use the revenues from selling the consumption good to repay their loans to banks. Now, this repayment is deterministic in the case of riskless firms, but it's stochastic for risky firms. And in particular, risky firms will pay a higher interest rate if the business as usual prevails, and a lower one if the transition takes place, because they will incur losses. So as I mentioned already, banks borrow from the central bank these reserves, which are needed to settle interbank liabilities. And the reserves can be deposited at the central bank, where they are created with a deposit rate. But since we focus on a representative economy, deposits must equal reserve at the central bank. And the reserves are subject to repayment costs, which are determined by the loan rate. And the assumption and the crucial point of the model is that this loan rate on reserves depends on the share of loans that banks grant to riskless and to risky firms. Moreover, the central bank can apply some specific cost factor for loans to riskless and risky firms, so that it can influence the allocation of loans in the economy. So the central bank maximizes welfare, and under its beliefs about the occurrence of the transitions. However, we don't model this decision, which is exogenous, so that the central bank chooses the interest rates and the cost factors in order to maximize welfare. but without knowing which scenario will realize. So the last agent in our model is banks, and the representative banks lend to riskless and risky firms, and it's funded with equity and deposits. So, and the banks, as I said, borrow reserves from the central bank. Now, the demand for reserves is determined by the share of deposits which is outflowing in each period. And additionally, we need to impose that the interbank market is equal to the deposit rate the central bank receives at the central banks, because otherwise there will be arbitrage opportunities that will emerge for banks. And finally, the loan repayment is risky because the risky firms might pay a lower return if the transition realizes. So in equilibrium, the banks will set a loan pricing which is equal to the difference between the cost factor applied by the central bank to the two sectors. And in particular, riskless firms face a lower loan rate compared to risky firms if the liquidity cost applied by the central bank to risky loans is higher. And of course, also the opposite holds. But on top of this impact from the central bank on the loan pricing, there is also an impact which is driven by the beliefs of bank about the transition. So the less bank believes that the transition will occur, the more loans are allocated to risky firms, because banks attach a low probability to the low return that would realize if the transition indeed occurs. So from this result, it's already clear that the central bank, through its cost factor, can influence the allocation of resources in the economy. Okay, now I think we have all the elements to move to the optimal monetary policy. So the central bank uses its interest rate policy.
Chiara, draw to a close.
Yeah.
Let's slowly start thinking about drawing to a close. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, it's the last slide. So the optimal monetary policy is determined by the choice of the two cost factor, and we use the ratio of expected productivities to analyze this monetary policy. In particular, what you see is that if the central bank attaches a larger probability to transition happening than what private agents do, then the ratio is larger than 1, and the central bank will charge a higher cost factor for loans to risky firms. So to conclude, what we show with this paper is that climate risk adjusted refinancing operation can actually correct climate risk related misallocation in the economy, and they can shift resources towards less climate risk exposed sectors. Obviously, there are many open research questions, for instance, related to the effect of carrots on inflation or in the presence of other financing sources. And as it was already made clear, there are open implementation questions. So how they fit, how this refinancing operation fits into central bank mandates, what are their costs, what is the data available for the implementation, and the risk of regulatory arbitrage and greenwashing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot. I look forward to following up on a number of points on this last slide in the discussion. But first, let me pass on the digital floor to Sarah, who shortly will be able to share the slides for the discussion.
Thanks very much, Agnieszka. No, I don't yet have the opportunity to share. It's not coming up.
Okay, just a moment then.
I see Claudia has indicated she has some problems and can't pass. No, now I have it. Okay. So I had a message that it didn't work, but now let's see if this works.
It does. We can see it now.
Okay, that's great. So first of all, I wanted to thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the two very interesting papers that were shared with me. Both of the papers are addressing the broad question of what central banks can do to address the risks posed by climate change when defining and implementing monetary policy. I find them very interesting because they're each addressing these issues from a different disciplinary perspective. The first paper looking at it from the issues from a legal perspective, the second from an economic perspective. And I'd like to take the opportunity to make some observations about the two papers and also pose some questions for the authors to consider. One point I would like to make is that the views I express are my own and not those of the ECB. Now, in the time available, I won't cover all of the issues addressed in the papers, which are very, very comprehensive, but I rather wanted to focus on issues that are relevant to the overarching theme of the conference. So in particular, what are the implications of regulatory and to some extent market developments in relation to green bonds for monetary policy? And here, I think there are really two themes that I have seen throughout the two presentations that I would focus on, and they're not the only themes that come up, but one of them is level playing field issues, and the other one is adequacy of data issues. So these are two things I'd like to explore in my comments and questions to the two authors. Now, I'll structure the discussion or my questions around the different excuse me, the different programs which were put forward or analyzed in the papers. So I first look at asset purchase programs, then at the collateral framework, and lastly at refinancing operations, just to give a kind of sensible and structured approach to the issues. Now, first of all, I wanted to place the issues in some context, and here I've put up a visual which shows the cumulative net purchases of the Eurosystem under its different asset purchase programs. I think it's important to look at this at the outset because it shows one important feature, and that is that the bulk of purchases are government and supranational bonds in the PSPP, and the private sector assets are a much smaller component of net purchases comprised in the corporate sector purchase program. This is an issue that was touched upon in Basil and Ellie's paper, where they indicated at the outset that the next generation EU green bonds are the primary avenue for greening Eurosystem purchases. So I wanted to come back and ask them or challenge them on one particular issue, which is linking back to some of the themes discussed in the opening panel of this conference. And my question would be, do you think that the EU's proposal for a green bond standard will facilitate issuance? And do you think that the proposal strikes the right balance, for example, between ease of use, so alignment with the taxonomy, avoiding excess complexity, and on the other hand, credibility, given in particular that sovereigns as issuers are required to review or state auditor under the Commission's proposal. But putting aside the issue about government and supranational green bonds, I think where the key interesting legal issues arise is in considering what changes might be made to purchase programs to tilt or steer purchases towards issuers of corporate securities which meet certain climate performance characteristics or away from issuers which fail to meet those characteristics. Now, I think that the authors correctly identify the potential legal issues that arise from these proposals, and their focus is on the possible benchmarks that might be used to guide the purchase of assets. But I would put forward one issue that I think would be explored in more detail or very carefully, and that's not just, and that relates to the open market economy principle, because I think the issue that we are encountering in the operationalization of changes to the CSPP is not just whether a move away from market neutrality is justifiable, that's one question, I think it's important to take into account that the open market economy principle reflects competition law. So it limits the ECB from actions which are contrary to free competition because they favor certain market participants over others or because they obtain an element of subsidy. You could also see these issues as an equal treatment issue. So my question to the authors would be, do they see a risk that tilting measures that very clearly discriminate between issuers, with the effect that some have access to more favorable funding than others? How do you think this might contravene these requirements, and how would you address this problem? The other issue that I think can be explored in the context of asset purchase programs is whether there are any legal risks that arise from the incomplete regime for disclosure of sustainability related data on issuers. I would see two problems in this context. One, and these have been touched upon in some of the earlier panels as well. The first is that there are delays in the implementation of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. This is a directive that the ECB has issued an opinion on, and it clearly indicates that it would provide a data set that would significantly enhance the ECB's capability to monitor and assess the impact of climate change on monetary policy transmission, as well as on financial risk that it holds on its balance sheet. So it's highly desirable, but it's not with us yet. The second issue is that the taxonomy regulation is coming into force sooner, but it is different. It focuses on the positive contribution that certain investments or activities can make to environmental protection objectives. That's why it's so relevant for green bonds. But it is not so relevant for issuers, where the central bank is looking for information on the impairment of the value or risk profile of assets on its balance sheet. So there's a fundamental limitation in the information that's available through that means. Moving on, I'll touch upon some similar issues in the context of the collateral framework, but here you can see a similar pattern. So as in relation to the asset purchase programs, corporate bonds form a relatively small part of the collateral used in the Eurosystem framework. Sovereign bonds form a much larger part, but there are also many other types of assets which form part of the collateral used by the Eurosystem. I think there are two main issues that come up in this context. One is that I think the authors here share my view. They expressed criticism of proposals to afford preferential treatment to green bonds, or indeed other sustainable debt instruments in the context of the collateral framework. And this is again linked or inseparable from the data limitation issue, because they clearly point out, similarly to the point I made in relation to asset purchase programs, that taxonomy compliant assets don't necessarily meet the requirements for adequate collateral. So we have some issues interlinking the adequate collateral requirements with the issues regarding the limitations on the data that's available to us. So my follow-up to this issue is again a question to the authors. Do you think that a more comprehensive disclosure of climate-related data on issuers and instruments could help overcome these difficulties? One of the things that we have discovered when looking at a comparison between the general documentation and the number and the types of issuers, guarantors or debtors of assets which are eligible as collateral under the Eurosystem regime, we have compared that with the types of entities which are covered by the CSRD, and we find that there are significant gaps. So just to take an example, in the context of green bonds, unlisted SMEs which issue green bonds wouldn't be covered by the data collection. So do the authors think that it's really a matter for regulatory data to cover, or do you think that it's inevitable that we will rely on private sources of data to really cover the field of all of the different assets that I was providing an overview of in the previous slide? The last issue I'd like to turn to is the refinancing operations, which were addressed in Basil and Ellie's paper, but also in Florian and Chiara's paper. So Chiara was clearly introducing or outlining a proposal whereby climate risk adjusted refinancing operations could operate. They would set differentiated interest rates on reserve loans that depend on the climate risk exposure of the assets held by the borrowing bank. And I think this is very closely connected with the proposals for green targeted long-term refinancing operations that Basil and Ellie looked at. But here I'd like to kind of draw the two papers together and make some comparisons, because I think that Basil and Ellie took quite a critical stance in their paper on the legal risks posed by green TLTRO or CARO proposals. And I think it would be really interesting to hear from Chiara what types of views she would have on the issues that were raised from this legal perspective. So one issue again was the level playing field considerations. So if we have a situation where the distribution of green borrowers is asymmetric across member states, how might that be a challenge that a central bank would encounter? Similarly, I think there's the data question arises in this context again. How can the climate risk exposure of the assets of the borrower be determined? Those of us who work in the field of central banking data are very familiar with the the extent of data that is collected on loans, for example, by reason of the ANA-credit regulation, notwithstanding the very vast number of data attributes that we collect in this field. We don't necessarily collect data attributes which relate to climate data. And there are difficulties in making those available. So I wonder if this, very fundamental premise of the CARO, which is that you need to be able to take a view on what the climate risk exposure of the assets of the borrower is, do we have a fundamental problem in that this data is difficult to access? And lastly, I had a more provocative question to propose to Chiara, which is one that we receive in legal circles quite frequently, which is why should we prioritize the climate-related risk exposure of the borrower? Might there be other sustainability goals that could also be the focus of CAROs? And indeed, might there not be even other priorities in economic policy? The issue that Basil mentioned at the very outset, energy relating to the conflict in the Ukraine and energy security, is this a matter that might be covered by CAROs as well? So I wanted to check if you see a challenge to the role of the central bank, and perhaps even a blurring of the distinction between a central bank and a development bank in this particular context. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment, and I really look forward to hearing from the authors of the paper about their answers to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, also for raising the energy security question, which obviously many of us dealing with with sustainable finance for some time now. However, it seems that since 2 months, it's a very different context in which this is being discussed, especially after the gas taps have been turned off in the last days, right? So let me now pass the floor back to our panelists to answer to your very challenging questions. So maybe first Basil and Ellie, to give Chiara also some time to prepare.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. These were all very interesting and good questions. I liked them all. I especially enjoy the provocative question at the end. I'm very much tempted to start with that, but I'm going to wait for Chiara's intervention, and then perhaps if we have time. Now, on the first two questions on the APP part, then I think on the collateral part, Ellie will jump in. Your first question about could public sector bonds provide an avenue for greening purchases? Now, our mention of green bonds under this next generation EU green bonds was precisely because of the planned issuance volumes and the comparison to the purchase volumes in the private sector program. And thank you very much for your slide, because that made that very clear. Now, would that be the primary, not necessarily the primary, but an important avenue for greening? Now, let's come to government bonds. And before I go into the discussion about the EU green bond standard and how that will help, I want to make another point. These might also help in furthering the Eurosystem purchase programs, but there are also issues to consider and limitation. And the first issue, and perhaps an elephant in the room here, is the following. Some member states have already issued green bonds, government bonds, or planning to do so. Others are not. For example, France, Germany, and the Netherlands have already issued. Greece is planning to issue one within this year. There are other jurisdictions, however, that have not issued or are not planning to issue in the near future. So the question then becomes, how can we buy bonds, government bonds from central countries and not buy others, or how can we favor bonds from certain countries and not others in the context of a monetary policy measure, in the context of a uniform monetary policy? So that's the first question I wanted to raise. Now, coming back to the discussion of EU green bond standard and will that help? Well, I'd like to have a clear answer. I don't. It has been mentioned very correctly by you and also by the previous panels that it's a good thing that the proposed regulation covers sovereign issuers. It's also good that it's largely aligned with the taxonomy regulation. On the other hand, the standard will be voluntary, and the sovereign issuers may but are not obliged to seek external reviews. So has the right balance between ease of use and credibility been struck? I guess only time will tell. And now the second question, not to take too much of everyone's time, the one related to the open market economy and the equal treatment. The open market economy principle is a general principle imposing conditions and outer limits, but it never empowers the ECB to act with a sole or primary aim of correcting market inefficiencies, nor on the other hand, does it represent an absolute prohibition of interferences with the market mechanism or market functions, provided such interferences are A, justified, and they are B, proportionate to the objective sought. So again, we go back to the objective. Will it be the primary objective, the secondary objective, the combination of both, and how will it be justified? So I think here we can find solutions in the design of benchmarks or other tilting avenues or measures, but this requires very careful assessment, and I completely agree with you on that. Now, as regards to equal treatment, I have a sort of a similar analysis. Equal treatment demands the equal treatment of comparable situations, but it also calls for a differentiated treatment of different situations. So if we have tilting measures, we need to be mindful, let's put it that way, we need to be mindful of how tilting measures will affect different categories of issuers. We have to prevent unequal treatment between comparable situations. But at the same time, if risk assessments for types of issuers raise red flags, we can and we should differentiate in their treatment. So that would be my response. And again, perhaps if we have time, I'll return to the more provocative question. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Basil. So, Sarah, thank you very much for these very comprehensive, actually, questions that you posed and challenging ones. So, if I may jump regarding the adequate collateral question. So clearly, incorporating climate change related risks in the collateral framework cannot disregard the requirement of adequate collateral, and thereby cannot expose the Eurosystem to unwarranted credit risk, and cannot hinder the access of banks to refinancing operations. So having said that, it might seem quite premature, at least at the current juncture, that to incorporate such risks in the collateral framework. However, we are at a dead end. We believe that we can overcome any difficulties associated with these risks based on more comprehensive disclosure data regarding climate change risks, and both on a regulatory level and on private data coverage level that you mentioned. The first, I would say that it is already visible from the direction that the Eurosystem is heading to, as the ECB has announced in its action plan that it will make disclosure requirements either eligibility criterion for private sector assets or a basis for differentiated treatment for both collateral and asset purchases. So, of course, this is a direction towards which regulators should be heading. On the other hand, it is equally important that such comprehensive data are available because it will also help credit rating agencies to price risks more effectively and to develop an accurate, consistent and comparable treatment of ESG credit risks that would also help them to incorporate such risks and reflect them in the ratings. And this, of course, will feed more information and data to the Eurosystem, which can assess the climate-related risks and incorporate them accordingly to its monetary policy operations. So I would say action on both levels is required in order to being able that the Eurosystem is able to advance on incorporating climate risk related changes without affecting the adequate collateral requirement, of course. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that answer. And now passing the floor to Chiara to solve energy security issues.
Well, I would never claim that I'm in a position to do that, but thank you. So very quickly on the data, although I think Basil and Ellie already answered, I do think disclosure is super helpful and regulatory disclosure, of course, but I also think that the entire data work that private providers have already done should be leveraged somehow. What I think is that some regulation in this field is missing. So I think it would be very helpful if regulators would have guidelines, for instance, in terms of which climate scenarios are appropriate to estimate, let's say, climate-adjusted value at risk or any of the metrics that these providers produce. So first of all, let me set it clear. I'm not a legal expert, so my answer are mostly based on economics reasoning. And I think related to the level playing field, one option is to not only look at status quo, but also to incorporate, for instance, information about transition plans, forward-looking metrics, because all of that would help avoiding the risk, for instance, of penalizing companies which are not performing greatly today in terms of climate, but they have the potential to improve. Regarding the data and how to assess climate risk, for now, so I would say that in the Eurosystem, there is now a clear shift towards using some specific metrics, basically the ISS, ESG, and carbon for finance. These are anyway emission-based, and I do believe that emissions could be in the first place very well used as a proxy for climate risk, although again, these forward-looking dimension transition plans should be somehow considered. And as far as I know, carbon for finance partially does it with a more qualitative approach, but yeah, probably there some improvement would still be feasible. Very interesting that you mentioned the ANA credit, because I'm currently working on a project with Banque de France where they have access to ANA credit data, and what we are doing is exactly to match the loans that have been issued under the TLTRO program with ISS data to understand at least what's the carbon content of the TLTRO program. Again, not sure that this is the best proxy for climate risk, but that's what we have for now. And why to focus on climate risk exposure? I mean, TLTROs are a super flexible tool, and I think that's really the power of this tool as well. In my work, I'm moving more and more towards other environmental risk beyond climate. And I mean, I think that especially if the TLTRO is based on metrics, it's really a question of having this metric available. If that, in the moment in which we have metrics available for biodiversity risk, let's say, then then TLTROs could be used for that. As soon as we have metrics for inequality, then TLTROs could be used to address inequality. And I would think that even a kind of an additive approach would be possible, where like lending to companies which are both performing good on the social level and on the environmental level, then they have an even better interest rate than others. Yeah, I think that's, but again, I cannot say much about the legal implementation of that.
Thanks so much, Chiara. Being mindful of the time, I given the last opportunity to our participants to send us a question via the Q&A tool. I think that's the right route. But whilst our participants think about possible questions, I will pass on the floor to Basil if you wanted to touch upon why climate change is a special priority as opposed to other policy objectives.
Very, very quickly, and again, thank you, Sarah, for the question. If the question of prioritizing between general economic policies in the EU at the beginning of February was the $1 million question, I think it has since become the $1 billion question, and because of the war and its effects not only on forecasts and inflation and et cetera, but also on how it will influence the pace of the transition to clean energy, et cetera, et cetera. Now, jokes aside, there's, for those of you who don't know, Sarah Jane, together with Michael Ioannidis and Chiara Ciglioli, have published an excellent ECB occasional series paper on the question of ECB mandates that was published in the context of the ECB strategy review. And one of the issues they touch upon is there precisely how to prioritize, because there is no priority in the treaties, nor as to the objective, nor as to the general policies. And the answer that they give, correct me, Sarah, if I'm wrong, is that A, there is, first of all, the Governing Council enjoys some discretion, and then they propose 5 factors that could factor into that decision based on primary law considerations. We also touch upon that in the context of our paper and propose the one factor that should, in our view, play the primary role. But again, this is a very, very interesting topic, and if you want to read more about it on the legal side, there is stuff out there that is really good quality.
Thank you very much. I was also maybe passing the floor for the last time to Sarah, if there is anything that came up in the discussion that you would like to comment on still. Are you satisfied with the answers? Unmute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
now we can.
thank you. No, I'll be very brief because I'm mindful of the time. I think that the answers were very clear, and I think that they point in 2 clear directions. One, I think when we touch upon the issue of equal treatment or level playing field, we're always going to go back to the question of the justification for the action that's being taken in line with the monetary policy objectives. So those have to be very clear. That was something that we assumed in our discussion. We didn't delve into those questions in so much detail, but I think that that's the core background. So when we have that clear justification, that can really help us to justify why there might be different treatment in different cases. and how that complies with equal treatment principles as well as with the open market economy principle. And then I think I only received confirmation of the view that I hold, which is that the certain data limitations are really important for us to overcome in this field. They're not a complete obstacle to act, but as a public authority, we have the obligation to provide reasons for our decisions, as well as the obligation to make sure that our decisions are based on clear and sound analysis. And so the data is really a source to make sure that the decision making in this field is very robust. So I think that that the comments that were made do very much align with my own views on those particular issues. So thank you very much once again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the panel. Thank you so much to the panelists, to Basil Eli, who I should have mentioned as well as an active member of the Young Researchers Group of the European Banking Institute, which brings together a young early stage scholastic discussion. We will now close, and we have coordinated with David to make a little summary of this very thought-provoking. So thank you once for to kick our conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like we did at the introduction, I will start making the first summary points for concerning mostly the first two panels, and then I will pass the floor to Agnieszka to just finish. But before that, I wanted to just say to the panelists and the participants that we plan to publish the papers of this conference, most likely as part of the EBI book series on studies in banking and capital markets law. So we will be in touch in the following weeks to have the definitive versions of the papers and with other details to just confirm they're interested to include the research in this publication. And leaving housekeeping matters aside and focusing on the substance, it is a challenge to summarize so many deep, thoughtful, and sophisticated thoughts. But since it is also useful to have some basic ideas to finish and summarize, I will just focus on 3 or 4 of them and then pass the floor to Agnieszka. One idea that was clearly stated and repeated across the different panels was the need for a phasing or a transition period, not just transition to a sustainable finance, but transition to the application of the new rules. These are different pieces of a very complex puzzle, and not all the pieces are moving forward at the same speed. Even though the regulation for green bonds, or proposal to a regulation for green bonds is moving to its last stages, there are still some delays on other pieces of the puzzle, such as those concerning corporate sustainability or those concerning MiFID elements that are necessary for these to become part of a broader scheme to transition to sustainable finance. That pathway, that phasing in, is probably what justifies the initial approach consisting on a voluntary text for the green bond regulation. Nonetheless, the panelists seem to agree, to have a consensus that this voluntary approach to the green bond rules may be a transitory period towards a posterior stage where the standard becomes mandatory. A second idea that arose during this conference was the tension between science and politics. A broader point that was discussed was the difficulty, but also the necessity of reconciling a strong science-based, scientific approach on the idea of sustainability with the need for legitimacy of the rules, and that tension is not something that is going away anytime soon. At the same time, and related to this field, but more specifically, one aspect that drew some concern among different panelists was the seemingly benign, or perhaps too benign, treatment of sovereigns in the green bond rules. This may be necessary to persuade those sovereigns to enter in the market for green bonds, but at the same time, it raised concern as to the level of credibility of the commitment towards sustainability of sovereign issuers. A third idea that was raised in the different panels was the need for a proper balance between public and private elements of the new approach towards sustainable investments and green bonds in particular. The new rules, the green bond regulation, follows a relatively public-based approach with a major role for regulatory authorities, but some gaps remain as a result of this. For example, it is necessary to develop proper standards for external reviewers so that they are truly treated and considered as gatekeepers. And there is also a major question on the availability of enforcement mechanisms to deter from green defaults. This is one challenge because, for example, bank regulators and supervisors do not have a clear avenue forward. But if there were private enforcement mechanisms like damages claim, in this case, this could aid to deter opportunism when making green promises. Other aspects related to these that were raised in the first panels were whether the public interest in sustainability is aligned with the private preference for sustainability, and when it comes to clients, whether these insufficient supply of green assets or green investments should lead to an adjustment of investors or to financial intermediaries working harder to supply properly investment needs. I pass the floor to you, Agnieszka.
Thank you, David. You already hope everything an excellent summary. I'm happy we have thing as well. In addition to some points already, my green bond framework works, as well as this tension between transition plan of sustainability is also politically legitimate and also conforming with some value. The most is the question of level playing field and the great heterogeneity that we have across the different markets in the EU of ideas. I think that came inspirational types of tools available to prudential supervisors who might need to take the leap. Of course, the internal framework gives them more to be when it comes to experimenting with prudential but this is hugely important for supervisors to incentivize also the development of the market, which is in line with wider EU objectives of the green transition. There is also clearly, but it came up also in my mind as an idea to kind of, foot on the thing that European Union does so well, run away from your problem by running ahead rather than backwards. So this idea that we can solve some of the level playing field issues by thinking along the transition plans and transition scenarios up until and to use this longer forward-looking approach to overcome the level playing field considerations, because we more or less know where we want to end up together. Of course, there are a number of data issues that came up, and the problem of sequencing of these regulations with regard to green bonds, but also this is, I think, a broader issue with regard to sustained finance, that we have a number of different pieces of the puzzle that are coming together, but at a very different time horizon. So we also, with some regulations coming into force later, some earlier, sometimes some supervisors expecting early alignment to being. So we have, I think there is a yeah, so I think these are a lot of food for thought from today's discussion. So I'm really happy that we have this publication project, and I very much hope to engage with the authors and the discussants over the coming months and thinking deeper on these issues that were raised today. Thank you to everyone for interest, for active participation, and also just being with us today. Thank you.